Hello everyone, let's continue the scenario preparations with scenario S-37 Khamsin, where the Germans fight the British defensive positions in the Knightsbridge Box during the Battle of Gazala in June 1942. This match was featured in the replay series and appears in the 1990 ASL annual magazine. As presenter we will have Jim Das Selvas. For our first annual series replay, we've brought some of the best and most knowledgeable players to the board, establishing a precedent for the future of this periodical. Mark Nixon, who will play Germans, should need no introduction, being one of the most proficient and prolific writers on the system. Bill Sisler, British player, has played ASL since the first playtest back in early 1985. He is a member of that ASL elite who have won the Origins tournament, has several scenario designs to his credit, and to this day delights in tasking us with the misspelling of his name on a 9-2 leader counter. The way Sisler, Bill's brother, has also been involved in ASL since the beginning. He has a keen eye for uncovering holes and flaws in the rules, making him one of those valuable, unsung heroes of many a playtest. Together they here illustrate one of the several styles of play of this most demanding game system, the primary reason we have brought the series replay approach to the ASL annual.
German. Bill Sisler and I play a lot of ASL. Like many of you, we could tell so many war stories about oddball situations which have occurred in our games that we would arouse such nausea that most gamers would want to seal us up in a vault labeled ASL Grognards Open, only following nuclear holocaust and cessation of all life as we know it. Suffice to say that I am still trying to repay Bill for crossing the Chemical Bridgehead directly down 5 open ground hexes of my filing, and that I will likely never know revenge for those 5 German heroes he generated against me while piercing the peel. Bill plays the game with a keen awareness of its finer points and a healthy appreciation of what this whole thing is supposed to represent. When I try something which the rules seemingly allow, but which is totally unrealistic or ahistorical, his standard line is, "Hey, you can't do that." Most often with the epithet punk thrown in there somewhere for good measure. Further search of the rules usually proves him right, which serves as testimony to the veracity of Bill and the rules themselves. One thing to watch for when pitted against Bill, especially in the desert, is that he is totally fearless in his use of intensive fire. True, it can bum him badly upon occasion, but often it gives him that extra kill or acquisition which shifts the balance of the game. It certainly gives one a lot to think about when contemplating a frontal armored thrust at the 8 guns under his command in this encounter. Bill's favorite attribute of ASL is that it is a blast to play. To this end, our practice is that if a shot looks good, we take it and thereby save a tremendous amount of time and interruptions, which would otherwise be wasted by the constant summing of TH modifiers on shots which, once the DR are known, are obviously going to be a Mississippi. This helps keep the game flowing at a steady pace, but can make some of our shots look a bit silly, or at least ill-advised. Sounds kind of realistic. But we wouldn't play the game so much if we were overly concerned with who wins, or whether the system is perfect. This is the 4th time Bill and I have played Khamsin. The last game of it was back in October 1988, over 17 months ago. But it is still fresh in our minds as one of our favorite scenarios. For me, it was the scenario which convinced me that the desert could be a wonderful place to experience ASL, and that Avalon Hill had done a remarkable job adapting the system to such a radical change in environment. True, it might take a bit of effort to master, but so did the ASL rulebook itself. This is a complex game system, but we all knew that already, didn't we? The desert simulation is no more, nor any less, complicated than the whole system. It is merely another chapter in the evolution of this tactical game destined to be the most comprehensive in the hobby. I would have been happy to take command of the British forces in this scenario, but in truth feel more comfortable with all these tanks to run. Because of the heavy winds, I won't get to utilize any of my infamous smoke tactics, so everyone will be spared that much at least. Since I've already written about this scenario extensively for the General, Volume 25, Number 6, and since her Sizzler has certainly read that analysis, we'll see if it does any good for me to take a different tack. If he expects me to follow my own excellent advice, he doesn't know me as well as I thought. I want to keep my options open, and so will set up in the middle of the board and go whichever way I want once the screen between our forces is down. I like to swing around and hit him from the southeast to avoid that heavy wind blowing in my eyes, but will not yet commit myself to that approach. No rigid game plan will be in effect for me other than to close with the enemy and demolish them at point-blank range. The dust forces this upon me, coupled with the desperate need to take out all those British guns and grab the three summits in 8.5 tons. I'm not going to worry about the sniper at all, and about the Stuart and the Crusaders only enough to deny them cheap shots. I'll put everything big up against his grunts, the ATG, and the infantry. I'm hoping a grunt gun or two malfunctions, otherwise I'll wheel the mother in to take them out at long range, or be forced to get the infantry in for CC, or else have to swarm over them, with my tanks at close range firing for rear and side shots. My armor leaders go in the MK3s, in order to benefit from the 2 rate of fire and the higher probability of keeping armor-piercing ammo throughout the battle. That MK4 with heat depletion of 6 and armor-piercing depletion of 7 might never realize a single such shot, even though I would like his full 6 armor factors in the front protecting my 9-2 armor leader. But I think I'd regret such an assignment. Keep in mind there is a maximum line of sight of 10 hexes due to the heavy dust, and that each vehicle must spend an extra movement point per hex entered. Don't look for me to roll Hamada immobilization for the half-tracks, for they won't rush through it and will spend 3 MP when accessible to avoid the dice roll. 2. My vehicles will all be concealed after Bill briefly sees them upon removal of the screen, but this is only a formality. Since I'll be moving into his line of sight, all concealment will be lost once I'm closer. The last thought I want to stress to readers is the importance and power of even the threat of overruns in this desert scenario. There is no terrain in this battle, not Sangers, Scrub, Hamada, Rex or vehicles which safeguards infantry from that -1 dice roll modifier for overrun in the open. Heavy dust doesn't help in the hex, although the light dust dye and the TEM of Sangers, Rex or vehicles can alleviate the problem somewhat for the defender. But just imagine an overrun directed by one of my 9-2 leaders. That would be, for any of my 9 tanks or for any half-track loaded with a squad and LMG, a 16-3 attack, 12-3 from a MK2. This is why it is so tempting to keep the infantry loaded and go for a blitz. Well, I will certainly move into overrun and take point-blank and triple point-blank shots as much as prudent, but I won't expose my half-tracks to Bill's well-trained gunners. Life in the desert offers plenty of other challenges without asking for a thrashing like that. British. I first met Mark Nixon, originator of the Board Edge Creep, in late 1984 at a local Ohio convention where I entered a Cross of Iron tournament he was running. It just so happened he was looking for people to help him playtest the upcoming ASL, and my brother Dave and I latched on for the ride. What a trip it has been, through most of the modules in the ASL series, as well as several related projects, and on to our current efforts with the 90 annual you hold in your hands now, and the upcoming Japanese module code of Bushido at last. True ASL diehards always seem to add "at last" when they speak of the Japanese entering the system. Mark is an expert player, a conclusion I have come to after some couple hundred matches. I find him a tenacious player whether on the attack or the defense, and have to stay awake late into the night to score a win against him. I have to beat him pretty badly to get him to concede, so I miss a lot of sleep. Brother Dave and I have been playing Wargames for many years, and I must admit it has been quite a convenience to have a live-in opponent for most of my life. Dave himself is a very good player, better than me, in all honesty, with a keen eye for details. On those occasions when all three of us get together to gun up the map board, the level of play probably goes down a bit as a result of the hilarious ad-libbing on the virtues, or lack thereof, of the game, the rules, the opponent of the moment, and so on. It is all just an indication of three grognards enjoying their game. We truly do have a great time with ASL. But we'll try to play it straight tonight, since this is a serious replay. Khamsin is my favourite scenario from west of Alamein, mainly because of the heavy winds and dust which free up movement and allow the fighting to evolve into a combined arms confrontation at close quarters. In this replay, I will try to defend the summit of 28 BB6 and score as many desert victory points as I can. I think the key to a British victory lies in the desert victory points qualifier of the victory conditions, so I will be looking for kills wherever possible to outscore Mark by at least 6 DVP. To accomplish this, I will use a straightforward approach. The anti-tank gun goes right up front in 28Z7, a location which ought to offer it plenty of shots no matter where the attack hits. I expect the Germans to come right at me and hit hard at one spot, then fan out from there. Whether the 40L anti-tank gun takes the full brunt of this thrust or finds itself on one of the outside fringes, it will be used as aggressively as possible. I won't wait for Mark to show side shots that will never come, but will try for kills by the very high volume of fire put out by this 40L. My tanks will also run interference with the oncoming enemy. My plan is to disrupt Mark's attack by placing armor in front of the 28 BB6 defense. This will either force him to come ahead, or sit back and exchange shots, or move to outflank me. I think any of these are to my advantage, and since the tactic seems so straightforward, it might even work. My infantry will remain dispersed as long as possible. I don't want to present any large concentration for the enemy guns to maul. There will be plenty of time for that kind of defense at game end, should it come down to trying to hold one last summit hex. To try and make 28 BB6 that kind of spot, I will plant one of the Grants there, and will move McNamara, the British 9-1, in with a couple of squads to try and dig foxholes. I'm not overlooking the extra +2 for entrenching in the desert, but am casting a very leery eye upon those 16 enemy AFVs, particularly the 9 tanks and the enemy commander's love of the overrun. A foxhole in 28 BB6 would certainly go a long way toward making the position more defendable against such attacks. After all, Mac won't have any shots for a while, and digging foxholes would be much preferable to attempting long-range shots at targets covered by massive dust dice roll modifiers. Sergeant Kearney, 8-0, and Squad Q, as well as Squad L, will endeavour to remain hidden as long as possible. They are in position to attack the enemy when Mark moves units into my rear, for I know he will try it, as a method of cutting off my route paths. Summit 27AA is likely defended by a single delaying squad, just so a victory hex is not yielded without some resistance. The balance of the infantry will carry the main load of the fighting and protection of my tanks through the first several turns, until the enemy attack brings those mentioned above into play. Notice that the 51mm mortars are fired by half squads, so that they both can fire each turn and maintain acquisition at the loss of only one squad's inherent firepower. Unfortunately, the setup restrictions force them to both occupy the same location in this scenario when deployed in this manner, but I still think this prefer able to fire the mortars with squads and either losing acquisition each time the squad's fired, or else forfeiting the firepower of both squads. Of course, I can move the mortars later. I expect this to be a tough match, for it has been so every other time we have played it. I have tried to position the best British squads, those with a morale of 8, where I expect the greatest threat to be mounted. They are wielding my machine guns, for I anticipate needing them to remain active more so than the anti-tank rifles which, at least, are both protected by hidden initial positioning and might be able to spring a surprise. I will face a vigorous attack and will likely be looking for every kind of advantage attainable. I won't rule out a counterattack, but that can't happen until I have inflicted some losses on the enemy, for they are unlikely to leave an opening so long as their force maintains its cohesion.
Neutral commentator. Khamsin was one of the first west of Alamein scenarios that Mark and I tried back in the winter of 1988 during the playtest. The initial version had exactly the same infantry forces as this final draft, but the British had 9 tanks and the Germans had 15. The Germans were also towing an anti-tank gun and were required to score at least 15 desert victory points more than the British, in addition to taking the 3 summits, to win in 7.5 turns. The problems we had with this scenario were that we ran out of acquisition markers, motion markers, and so forth, and that there was so much going on that it was impossible to complete in a single sitting. I tell you all this merely to reflect upon a scenario which we thought, 2 years ago, to be one of the last we would ever want to play, yet now we find ourselves spending uncounted hours crafting a series replay on it. Obviously, something went right in the playtest of Khamsin, and the scenario has become a joy to experience. The battle opens with the Germans moving in platoon, although they will lose that status as soon as they gain line of sight to any British unit. In this case, with heavy dust in effect, plus 1 dice roll modifier hindrance every 2 hexes with fractions rounded up and light dust, plus 1, fractions rounded down, that will entail moving within 10 hexes of a British concealment counter. Don't look for much defensive first fire at infantry targets because of these dust modifiers, especially as the heavy dust hindrance will negate first fire movement in the open. The only first fire movement in the open possible here will be when triple point-blank fire applies at an IN hex target, where heavy dust has no effect, although the light dust dice roll would still apply. Also, because there is no first fire movement in the open, there will be no interdiction, and due to the high dust modifiers, there will be little residual fire placed. It will prove interesting to see how Mark uses the special ammo of his vehicles. He has APCR, he and AP depletion numbers to consider. The Martyr also has an E depletion number, but it would only be an act of desperation, or possibly near the end of the game, for this ammo to be tried. That Martyr is simply too potent versus the AFVs and its circled breakdown number, 11, too susceptible to malfunction to expect Mark to waste it against infantry unless he has to scramble for firepower. To counter the strength of those German tanks, I expect Bill to throw around some intensive fire shots. Naturally, there comes a time when intensive fire is called for, but Bill won't always wait for that moment. I'll be quick to pounce on him should he break a gun or two because of this. After all, he has hammered me often enough with such rude tactics. But the focal point of this battle will likely be the close-in fighting. How many overruns can the British take? Will their reaction fire save the day? Will Mark Slee's tactic of driving a tank into the infantry's hex so they can't fire outside the hex at German infantry moving up behind the tank to fire point blank in the advancing fire phase deliver the telling blow? Will Mac take out MK/2 after MK/2 in close combat, or will the Panzers park adjacent and simply rip up the British infantry with encircling shots? This is going to be a real brawl on the desert floor. We will be on our best behavior for this replay. No heavy chimping, and not even any tag team. So you won't see Bill tag Dave in when he's looking for that crucial eyes. He's on his own this time. As a final point, throughout this replay readers may find it difficult at times to understand some of the dice roll modifier, as there will be many in double digits and many which seem to come from nowhere. To alleviate some of this confusion, we considered listing every single modifier which came into effect during the game, but that list grew so long I abandoned the idea. When in doubt, kindly review the dust, heavy winds, vehicle/wreck/burning wreck hindrance/TM, motion and movement modifiers, and the hillock rules, and nearly all the less obvious should be found. Bear in mind also that we delayed this replay long enough to incorporate the 89 errata. So any reader yet to familiarize himself with its alteration should also check there, particularly for queries concerning reaction fire.
Alright friends, let's end this episode with the opening comments from our brilliant competitors and move on to the next video where we cover the setup of units and advance through the first round. Hope to see you soon. Namaste. Hello friends, continuing the preparations for this scenario, it is necessary to open a parenthesis to make some comments regarding the definitions used so that this match could be described and transcribed in the replay series article. Refining the system used in the 2 ASL series replays that previously saw print in the general, we decided to again chronicle each player action as it took place in the exact order of occurrence. The serial event listings that accompany each game turn record each happening sequentially and are found before the player's comments in the text. Each shows the action undertaken, any dice roll required, any dice roll modifier applied, and the result. As an example, Event 275 indicates a shot by a German Mk3 on a Crusader taken during the advancing fire phase of the 4th German player turn that missed, due, no doubt, to the fact of the +9 DRM applied. Throughout the event listings, we have dispensed with items of mere bookkeeping such as remove DN, remove pin, place acquisition, residual fire, and the like, which experienced players will conduct automatically. Should an entry for movement of a unit be followed by 3 dots, the movement phase has been interrupted by some other action, usually defensive fire or a pre-FV attack test check, and will be completed in a later entry. To record the information for the 21 AFVs in our replay of Khamsin, we devised a code which, once the reader has considered a moment, quickly conveys all important information on each vehicle. The code takes the format hex, vehicular cover arc, VCA, turret cover arc, TCA, crew exposed, CE, motion. Should the TCA be the same as the VCA, or if the vehicle is buttoned up, boo or stop, no entry is made for such. The VCA and TCA codes are noted by a single digit, representing the center of that covered arc as per the following diagram. Therefore, should you read 28cc to 13cm, the vehicle is in hex 28cc2 with a VCA facing CC1 DD1, a TCA facing DD to CC3, with its crew exposed, and is in motion. But should you read 28cc2 the vehicle is in 28cc2 with both cover arc facing 1, is buttoned up and stopped. In many entries, readers will note that a second value is shown in parentheses under the dice roll heading. This represents the value rolled on the light dust die. See the video about dust in the channel. The event listing legend shows the conventional abbreviations we adopted in recording the action. The tables below list all distinct units capable of action that appear in the listings. Not shown are the 21 vehicular concealment counters, the various support weapons, nor the fortifications. There is no indicator for the condition of units while in play, broken, malfunctioned, etc. As in common practice, the sniper counters were placed such that the side numbered 1 matches the hex side containing the grid coordinates. Finally, it should be noted by readers that overlay hexes are designated as per the coordinates of the board underneath. It may also be that one might find a rules error or two in the play or calculation that we missed. No one, not even the bunch at Avlo Hill, can get through every game of ASL without a rules oversight or two. It truly is not a crisis, and arguably is part of the game. BT in Sandar in 27 AA4. BG with anti-tank rifle in Sandar hit in 27 Z1. BH in Sandar in 28 times 9. BS deployed with mortar and BL with mortar in Sandar in 28 times 7. B2 with anti-tank gun in Sandar hidden initial position, hit in 28 Z65. Barker and BZ with light machine gun in Sandar in 28 Z4. BI in Sandar in 28 Z2. BL with light machine gun in Sandar hidden initial position in 28 AA1.
BB in Mac with heavy machine gun in Sanger in 28 BB5.
BE with light machine gun in Sandar in 28 BB3. Kearney and BQ with anti-tank rifle in Sandar hidden initial position in 28 DD9. Let's made the hidden positioning of all units that are positioned in scrubs hexes. German setup. Panzer IIIA with 9-1 in 28H8 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIIB in 28H9 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIIC in 28 high 0 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIID with 9-2 in 27 H1 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIIE in 27 H2 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIIF with leader 8-1 in 27 H3 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIC in 2808 to motion.
Half-track B with Kubak in GB with light machine gun 2809-2, crew exposed to motion.
Marder in 28 G10 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IV in 2701 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIE in 2702 to motion. Half-track AA with GN in 2703 to crew exposed motion. Half-track D with GG with anti-tank rifle in 28 F9 to crew exposed motion. Half-track E with GK in 28 FE0 to crew exposed motion. Half-track FF with GZ with light machine gun in 27 F4 to crew exposed motion. Half-track CC with Klaus and GV with light machine gun in 2704 to crew exposed motion. German sniper placed in 28Z7. British sniper placed in 28M10. Following setup of British sniper, British player places concealment counters CC in 27M4, CO in 28x9, CD in 28x7, CR in 28Z4, CI in 28Z2, CA in 28BB5, CJ in 28BB3, and the German player places vehicular concealment counters on all of his vehicles. Turn 1 German player turn. Rally phase. Wind change. 6. No wind change. Movement phase. In the movement phase, German units must move as a platoon, that is, they must all move together, one hex at a time, up to the limit of movement factors. To simplify this movement, we will move one unit at a time to the final destination or until we find the line of sight of an enemy unit, when the movement must cease and the platoon will be disbanded. Panzer IIIA from 28H8 to 27N1 to crew exposed motion, platoon disbands, lose concealment. At this moment, let's remember that all German units enter these hexes in a simultaneously way. Some of these units enter the line of sight of an enemy unit in 28x.9, therefore, the concealment marker is lost and the platoon is disbanded, ending the movement. Panzer IIIB from 28H9 to 27N2 to crew exposed motion lose concealment. Panzer IIIC from 28H10 to 27N3 to crew exposed motion lose concealment. Panzer IIIE from 27H2 to 27N4 to crew exposed motion lose concealment. Let's open a parenthesis to review the reason for the loss of concealment at 10 hexes away in this scenario. Concealment is lost in scenarios with heavy dust at distances of 10 or less hexes, as there is one hindrance for every 2 hexes. In this way, 10 hexes are equivalent to 5 hindrances, which is less than the 6 hindrances that impede the line of sight to the target. Panzer IIIF from 27H3 to 27N5 to crew exposed motion. Murder from 28O10 to 27M1 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IV from 27G1 to 27N2 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIID from 27H1 to 27M3 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIE from 27O2 to 27M4 to motion. Half-track CC with passengers from 27O4 to 27M5 to crew exposed motion. Half-track B with passengers from 2809 to 28 liters 10 to crew exposed motion. Half-track E with passengers from 28F10 to 27L1 to crew exposed motion. Half-track A with passengers from 2703 to 27 liters 3 to crew exposed motion. Half-track FF with passengers from 27F4 to 27 liters 4 to crew exposed motion. Panzer to C from 2808 to 28K10 to motion. Half-track D with passengers from 28F9 to 27K1 to crew exposed motion. British player turn. Rally phase. Place Grand C with 9-1 off board adjacent to 28 CC1. Place Grand P off board adjacent to 28 BB1. Place Crusader A off board adjacent to 28 DD0. Place Stuart off board adjacent to 28 EE1. Place Crusader B off board adjacent to 28 FF0. Place vehicular concealment on British AFVs. wind change 10 no wind change. Movement phase. Crusader A to 28 AA5 4 crew exposed motion. Grant D to 28 Z 3 4 crew exposed motion. Grant C to 28 BB5 4 crew exposed motion. Stuart to 28 DD7 4 crew exposed motion. Crusader B to 28 EE6 4 crew exposed motion. CA from 28 BB5 to 28 BB6.
CJ from 28 BB3 to 28 BB6 merge with CA.
German, Mark Nixon. All is proceeding as planned. I noticed that Bill is defending out in the X-hex row, allowing my platoon to disband on the initial turn, but so what? Platoon movement didn't really slow me down much, since I wouldn't lead with the half-tracks anyway. Instead, Bill picks the spot he wants to defend and ignores the slender advantage accrued by keeping me in platoon for another couple of hexes. With the lay of his defense showing the strong side on the north, I wonder whether the anti-tank gun might not be in 28A1. Our last playing of Khamsin was a life and death struggle in that region, but I can't really expect to be so fortunate as to think he'd put it so far from the summits. More likely spot is 28D D9. British, Bill Sisler. Well, Mark didn't head for the north like I expected. But that is fine, for now he will be forced to move an extra turn in order to reach my main line, or else will enter the field of fire of my anti-tank gun. My tanks all head for their assigned positions. There is no hurry to be at any one certain spot just yet, since the enemy must twice move again. I will wait around just a bit to see where they launch their attack. Mac and his boys move up to the summit and should be able to dig some foxholes before the Germans arrive. In case you're wondering why Mac didn't start the game on 28BB6, it's because he wouldn't be able to attempt to dig a foxhole while already in an entrenchment anyway. So I'll get more use out of the extra Sanger in 28BB5, while Mac will be covered by a Grant at least, which is even better than a Sanger, and hopefully by a foxhole. I'll keep my troops dispersed to the north and east until the Germans indicate where they are headed.
Neutral commentator, Dave Sisler. At this point, it is too soon to tell where those British tanks are headed, but their best positions would be hull down behind the hillocks. We will keep an eye on their next moves. The Germans might be able to grab some at 27AA4 on the bounce, and then swing back to the north to get behind the British. Coupled with a move by a small force into the northwestern British rear, this could sharply hamper Bill's route options. But, so far, Bill is keeping his infantry in position to thwart such a move.
Hello Aislers, let's continue this game by starting the second turn. The first round passed without any major events, with the German AFVs advancing towards the British defensive positions, with some entering the enemy's line of sight, losing their concealment markers in this movement. The British, in turn, have already moved their tanks towards what we believe to be the main defensive position that is organized around the summit of the hill in 28 BB6. Mr. Nixon made some incorrect assumptions regarding the positioning of what is perhaps the most dangerous weapon in possession of the British, which is the anti-tank cannon, which has a to kill of 10 and a rate of fire of 3, that is, 50% of chance to get a new shot. Mr. Bill Sisler, apparently a supporter of the thesis, when you want to defend everything you end up defending nothing, and bets all his chips on defending the hill furthest from the Germans' entry point. From now on we begin the most delicate phase of the game, with the use of several modifiers that are not clearly explained in the text published in the 1990 annual magazine. In this way, Jim will try to infer the various modifiers in action based on the data present in the article and will detail them during the video narration. Possibly, despite all the effort and care, some of these modifiers will be wrong or even missing. If you notice something that is not correct, feel free to comment in the comments section of the video. Let's go to battle. Rally phase. Wind change, no wind change. Movement phase. Panzer III from 27 N1 to 2070.3 to crew exposed, stop. Let's remember that desert open terrain only costs the cost of the terrain to enter another hex of the same level, that is, 1 movement factor movement points. In this scenario, as we have the heavy dust modifier in action, plus 1 movement point movement factor is added to enter a new hex on the same level. So to penetrate a new hex of open terrain in this scenario, at least 2 movement points or movement factors are required. Panzer IIIB from 27 N2 to 2074 to crew exposed, stopped. Panzer IIIC from 27 N3 to 2075 to crew exposed motion. Panzer IIIE from 27 N4 to 2076 to crew exposed, stopped. Panzer IIIF from 27 N5 to 2072 to crew exposed, stopped, loses concealment. Panzer IIID from 27 cubic meters to 27 R to 1 crew exposed, stopped, loses concealment. PZ4 from 27 M2 to 27 R31 crew exposed, loses concealment. Half-track CC from 27 M5 to 27 R5 to crew exposed, stopped, unload clause and GB with light machine gun, loses concealment. Half-track FF with passengers from 27 L4 to 27 R7 to crew exposed motion, loses concealment. Murder from 27 M.1 to 27 Q to 1 crew exposed, stopped, loses concealment. Panzer IIE from 27 M.4 to 27 Q8 to motion, loses concealment. Half-track A with passengers from 27 L3 to 27 Q73 crew exposed motion, loses concealment. Half-track B from 28 L10 to 27 P2 to crew exposed motion, unload Kubach and GB with light machine gun, loses concealment. Half-track E from 27L1 to 27P3 to crew exposed motion, unload GK, loses concealment. Panzer to C from 28K10 to 27021, stopped, loses concealment. Half-track D from 27K1 to 2703 to crew exposed motion, unload GG with anti-tank rifle, loses concealment. Jim takes a moment to adjust the positioning of the vehicular covered arc of the AFVs that had been incorrectly positioned relative to the original replay orientation. Defensive fire phase. Mortar A fires on 27Z4. Number to hit, 8 hexes away, area target fire 7. Dice roll modifier +5, +4 heavy dust +1 light dust due to dust dice roll of 3. Dice roll 4 +5, 9. It's a miss. Maintains rate of fire. Mortar A fires rate of fire on 27Z4. Number to hit, 8 hexes away, area target fire 7. Dice roll modifier +6, +4 heavy dust +3 light dust due to dust dice roll of 6, -1 acquisition. Dice roll 10 +6, 16. It's a miss. Mortar loses rate of fire, a -2 acquisition counter is gained. Mortar B fires on 27Z3. Number to hit, 7 hexes away, area target fire 7. Dice roll modifier, +4, +4 heavy wind, 0 light dust due to dust dice roll of 1. Dice roll 7 +4, 11. It's a miss. Mortar maintains rate of fire. Mortar B fires rate of fire on 27Z3. Number to hit, 7 hexes away, area target fire 7. Dice roll modifier +5, +4 heavy wind, 2 light dust due to light dust dice roll of 5, -1 acquisition. Dice roll 6 +6, 11. It's a miss. Mortar loses rate of fire, a -2 acquisition counter is gained. Advancing fire phase. Panzer 3D main armament fires on CO. Number to hit 8, 6 hexes away, infantry target type. Dice roll modifier +10, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +3 heavy dust, +2 concealment, +2 light dust due to dust dice roll of 5, +1 sangar, -2 leader. Dice roll 11 +10, 21. It's a miss. Here there is an error that Jim discovered after recording, which is the gain of the acquisition marker shooting with the infantry target type without the loss of concealment on the part of the attacked unit, pin test check or at least normal morale check. Acquisition could be obtained in the case of using the area target type. This error will be corrected in the third turn. Panzer III a main armament fires on CC. Number to hit 7, 7 hexes away, infantry target type. Dice roll modifier +12, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +2 concealment, +2 light dust due to dust. Dice roll of 5, +1 sangar, -1 leader. Dice roll 8 +12, 20. It's a miss. Panzer 3B main armament fires on CC. Number to hit 7, 7 hexes away, infantry target type. Dice roll modifier +12, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +2 concealment, +2 light dust. Dice roll of 5, +1 sangar, -1 leader. Dice roll 11 +12, 22. It's a miss. Panzer 3C main armament fires on CC. Number to hit 7, 7 hexes away, infantry target type. Dice roll modifier +18, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +2 concealment, +3 light dust. Dice roll 6, +5 motion, +1 sangar, -1 leader. Dice roll 9 +18, 27. It's a miss. Panzer 3E main armament fires on CC. Number to hit 7, 7 hexes away, infantry target type. Dice roll modifier +11, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +2 concealment, 0 light dust. Dice roll 1, +1 sangar. Dice roll 9 +11, 20. It's a miss. Panzer 4 main armament fires on CO. Number to hit 7, 7 hexes away, infantry target type. Dice roll modifier +13, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +2 concealment, +3 light dust. Dice roll 6. Dice roll 10 +13, 23. It's a miss. Advance phase. Klaus and GV with light machine gun into 27S5. Kubach and GB with light machine gun into 27Q2. GG with anti-tank rifle into 27P2. GK into 27Q3. British player second turn. Rally phase. Wind change, 9, no wind change. Prep fire phase. Mac and BB try to entrench. Dice roll modifier +1, +2 digging in desert, -1 leader. Dice roll 10. Fail. Labor -1 gained. B try to entrench. Dice roll modifier +2, digging in desert. Dice roll 10. Fail. Labor -1 gained. Movement phase. Stuart from 28 DD7 to 28 CC94 crew exposed, stopped. Grant C from 28 BB5 to 28 BB6, 4 crew exposed, stopped. Grant D from 28 Z3 to 28 Y8, 4 crew exposed, stopped. Panzer 3 attempts motion, 5 movement points in Grant's line of sight, dice roll 2, succeeds and moves 20-70-331 crew exposed, motion. Panzer 3B attempts motion, 4 movement points in Grant's line of sight, dice roll 4, succeeds and moves to 2074 to 1 crew exposed, motion. Crusader A from 28A5 to 28Z94 crew exposed, stop. Panzer 3D attempts motion, automatic, succeeds and moves to 27R to 32, crew exposed, motion. Panzer 4 attempts motion, automatic, succeeds and moves to 27R332, crew exposed, motion. Marder attempts motion, automatic, succeeds and moves to 27Q to 3, crew exposed, motion. Crusader B from 28E6 to 28DD10-4, crew exposed. CR from 28Z4 to 28X.6, loses concealment. CI from 28Z2 to 28Z4 in Sangar. Defensive fire phase. Klaus and GV with light machine gun fire on CC, dice roll modifier +4, dice roll 9, red dice roll 3, no effect. Armored fighting vehicle PZ-3E main armament fires on CC, dice roll modifier +8, dice roll 9, red dice roll 6, miss. Armored fighting vehicle PZ-3F main armament fires on CC, dice roll modifier +7, dice roll 7, red dice roll 4, miss. Advancing fire phase. Tank Stuart main armament fires on Panzer 3B, dice roll modifier +12, dice roll 8, red dice roll 3, miss. Tank Grant D 37mm gun fires on Panzer 3 a dice roll modifier +12, dice roll 5, red dice roll 4, miss. Tank Grant D 75mm gun fires on Panzer 3 a dice roll modifier +13, dice roll 7, red dice roll 5, miss. Tank Crusader a main armament fires on Panzer 4, dice roll modifier +16, dice roll 11, red dice roll 5, miss. Advance phase. Barker and BZ with light machine gun into 28Y7.
Germans. Ho ho! Look at this strong front line. Herr Sissler is daring me to assault his front or flank around him, which would eat up an extra turn, and then he would likely shift again. I roll for motion because I'm not fighting from this position and want to avoid any lucky hits by British guns, plus this then saves me a movement point or two. My infantry unloaded, so that they will be able to run in on enemy positions next turn, a valid tactic with all this dust, in addition to the confusion and uncertainty caused by all my AFEs, which will be applying pressure on turn 3. The defense has stiffened behind Summit 28W9, but during Bill's advancing fire phase 1 decided to use that height screen to wheel the Marder into position on Grundy, while the bulk of the force continues to sweep around to the southeast. Because I decided upon this course so late in the turn, the headings taken by some of my tanks, which roll for motion, now have them face in the wrong direction. Oh well. Maybe it will all confuse Bill. I'm going to split my attack. Perhaps it will throw the defense into some disarray, or at least provide me some benefit when the defenders are forced to commit their fire to one flank or the other. If I manage to envelope them, the British will suffer when they try to rout, so I'll be looking for prisoners. Unfortunately, I can send only one infantry leader per flank, but have no choice as I want to support my tanks and feel that I need to take 2 summits at once in order to still have time to get the third. I'm concerned about potential enemy units in the southeast corner, but my movement during turn 3 will quickly reveal any sangers located there. Don't ask why the in motion 3CE fired a +18 fire in my advancing fire phase. Maybe he was trying to set a record for to hit dice roll modifier, or just reacted to the rest of the Panzer's 3 line firing of their better shots. British. I have to make a move now to stop the enemy from turning a short corner on my left flank, so 4 tanks head out that direction, leaving my ace, Grant C, to nail down the defense of 28 BB6. If Mark comes straight in on me as the positions now stand, he'll be driving directly onto my 8 guns. If he swings back to my right flank, the anti-tank gun will have a field day. If he continues around to the southeast, like I expect now, it will be yet another turn before he can bring effective fire on me. So, my guns pull up and take their acquisition shots. The 2 mortars also threw out a couple acquisition shots to discourage horseplay around the Summit 27 AA4. Mac and his boys missed their initial rolls for foxholes, but the labor status will help next turn. I am moving up some of my infantry, mostly to delay the occupation of Summit 28W9, which seems to be early on the German hit list, in an effort to keep my anti-tank gun in the game as long as possible. If I can keep the enemy armor several hexes away from the gun, I have a distinct advantage. But if the panzers get in close, my gun will not last long. Too bad it appears those tanks have completely sidestepped the 28V6 region, where I had hoped to catch them in a display of unending rate of fire. At least by reinforcing Summit 28W9, I will enhance the likelihood that Mark will beef up the attack there with panzers, thereby providing me anti-tank gun targets. Of course, I will breathe not a word of such a motive to Sergeant Barker and Squad BZ as they head for 28W9 to provide the bait, although there will be medals waiting for them should they distinguish themselves and return.
Neutral commentator. Aha! Mark thought he'd slide that advancing fire phase shot by his Panzer 3C right past everyone, but I bet he just forgot that 3C was still in motion. How often does one get to witness a hit roll with a +18 dice roll modifier? This was your basic oops shot. But at least it added some flavor to the turn. The British edge out to fight, and that means we will be seeing some death and destruction very soon, on one side or the other, or, more likely, on both. Mark was alert enough to roll for motion on those tanks, for which he was able. Although it seems a simple enough ploy, how many of us neglect to spot this tactic during the course of a game? The deed will gain an extra hex for those tanks come his next movement phase, in addition to making them more difficult targets for British gunners right now. It avoids that very awkward moment when, at the beginning of the next German movement phase, those tanks must spend an MP to start, at which moment they can be hit by an enemy gun which has them acquired, and that to hit dice roll occurs before they are considered moving targets. The motion roll is a classic move, but an effective and valuable one.
Hello dear friends, welcome to the third round of this battle that takes place under extremely adverse environmental conditions, with heavy wind and dust that adversely affects visibility conditions, leading to the need for combat units to get closer to each other to be able to fire effective shots. In the second round there was an intense exchange of fire, which, due to the heavy modifiers involved, did not result in practical results. The British positioned their tanks to defend their positions on their left flank, moving 4 of their tanks in this direction, more with the aim of preventing an enemy movement on this flank than trying to make any effort to maintain the position at 27A4, where the question is not whether this position will be lost, but when. The main British defensive position is located around the ridge at 28BB6, where the bulk of the infantry is located, which will be supported by the Grant D tank and the anti-tank cannon at 28Z6, which should be put into action throughout this next turn. Before we move on to the third round, it is necessary to note that the rhythm of the video is slow and somewhat boring, as I am trying to decipher the possible modifiers involved in each shot from the little data available, a difficult task, and often ungrateful. Therefore, I ask any spectators to be indulgent towards Jim, who is still learning the mechanics of advanced squad leader. Let's continue towards battle. Rally phase. Wind change for no wind change. Movement phase. 3C from 2075 to 27X5 to 1C reveals Sangha. Crusader B main armament fires on 3C. 7 hexes away. Number needed to hit 9, vehicle target time. Final dice roll modifier +8, +4 heavy dust, +2 light dust due to dust dice roll of 4, +2 moving target. 8 + 8, 16. It's a miss. 3C to 27Z6 to 1 crew exposed motion. 3F from 2072 to 27Y8 1 crew exposed. 3E from 2076 to 27X6 1 crew exposed. Half-track FF from 27R7 to 27V6 to crew exposed. Unload GZ with light machine gun. Klaus and GV with light machine gun CXCD from 27S5 to 27Z5. Mortar A fires on Klaus and GV. 9 hexes away, number to hit 7. Final dice roll modifier +6, +5 heavy dust, +2 light dust, dust dice roll 5, -1 first fire non-assault movement. 11 + 6, 17. It's a miss. Mortar loses rate of fire. Tank Panzer IIe from 27Q8 to 27X.9 to 1 motion. Half-track A from 27Q7 to 27V7 to crew exposed. Unload GN. Half-track CC from 27R5 to 27V03 crew exposed motion. (3D) from 27R2 to 28U91 reveals Sangha. Murder from 27Q2 to 2809 to crew exposed. To C from 2702 to 28T92. Kubach and GB with light machine gun from 27Q2 to 28U9. Barker and BZ with light machine gun fires Kubach and GB with 6 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +3, +2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, dust dice roll 6, minus 1 leader, minus 1 FFNM. 7 plus 3, 10. Non-effect. GG with anti-tank rifle from 27P2 to 28S10. GK from 27Q3 to 28S10. Tank Panzer IV from 27R3 to 27R32. Crusader main armament fires on Panzer IV. 8 hexes away, base number to hit 9, VTT. Final dice roll modifier plus 7, plus 4 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, dust dice roll 4, plus 1 hillock. 9 plus 7. It's a miss. Tank Panzer IV to 28R9 to stop. 3B from 2074 to 27W6 1 stop. 3A from 2073 to 2074 3-1 crew exposed. Tank Grantley 75mm fires on 3A. 9 hexes away, number needed to hit 9, VTT. Final dice roll modifier plus 8, plus 5 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, dust dice roll 4. 7 plus 8, 15. It's a miss. Grantley 37mm fires on 3A. 9 hexes away, number needed to hit 9, VTT. Final dice roll modifier plus 8, plus 5 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, dust dice roll 4. 10 plus 8, 18. It's a miss. Tank Panzer 3A to 27W7 1 motion. Half-track E from 27P3 to 27T8 to crew exposed motion. Half-track D from 2703 to 27S8 3 crew exposed motion. Half-track B from 27P2 to 27T7 3 crew exposed motion. Defensive fire phase. Mortar fires on Kubach and GB. 3 hexes away, number needed to hit 7, ITT. Final dice roll modifier plus 3, plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, dust dice roll 2. 7 plus 3, 10. It's a miss. Stuart main armament fires on 3B. 9 hexes away, number needed to hit 9, VTT. Final dice roll modifier plus 8, plus 5 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, dust dice roll 4. 9 plus 17. It's a miss. Advancing fire phase. The main armament fires on Grantley, 10 hexes away, number needed to hit, vehicle target type 9, dice roll modifier plus 11, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 3 non-turret, plus 5 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust. 6 plus 11, 17. Miss. Kubach and GB fires on BS and BL with 3 firepower. Final dice modifier plus 5, plus 2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 sangar, minus 1 leader. 9 plus 5, 14. No effect. Tank 3D main armament fires on BS and BL. 3 hexes away, number needed to hit 8, ITT. Final dice roll modifier plus 6, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 2 heavy dust, 0 light dust, dust dice roll 1, plus 1 sangar, plus 1 buttoned up, minus 2 leader. 7 plus 6, 13. It's a miss. 3D machine gun fires on BS and BL with 4 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +6, +2 heavy dust, +3 light dust, dust dice roll of 6, +1 sangar. 5 +6, 11. No effect. Tank to see machine gun fires on BS and BL with 4 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +4, +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, dust dice roll 2, +1 sangar. 3 +4, 7 pin test check. BS takes PTC, 9 pinned. BL takes PTC, 9 pinned. GK and GG fire on BS and BL with 4 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +6, +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, dust dice roll 6, +1 sangar. 5 +6, 11. No effect. Tank Panzer IV machine gun fires on Grant D loss block. Tank Panzer IV main armament fires on BS and BL. 6 hexes away, number needed to hit 7 ITT. Final dice roll modifier +12, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +3 heavy dust, +3 light dust, dust dice roll 6, +1 hindrance, tank in 28U9, +1 sangar. 8 +12, 20. It's a miss. 3E machine gun fires on CC with 2 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +6, +2 heavy dust, +3 light dust, dust dice roll 6, +1 sangar. 10 +6, 16. No effect. Clouds and GV fire on CC with 6 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +1, +1 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 sangar, +1 CX, -2 leader, 8 +1, 9. No effect. 3F machine gun fires on CC2 firepower. Final dice roll modifier +5, +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 sangar, +2 concealed, -1 leader. 3 +5, 8. No effect. 3F main armament fires on CC. 3 hexes away, number needed to hit 7 ITT. Final dice roll modifier +10, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, dust dice roll 3, +2 concealment, +1 sangar. 6 +10, 16. It's a miss. 3E main armament fires on Crusader A. 8 hexes away, number needed to hit 9 VTT. Final dice roll modifier +12, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +3 light dust, dust dice roll 6, +1 target size. 9 +12, 21. It's a miss. 3B main armament fires on Crusader A. 8 hexes away, number needed to hit 9 VTT. Final dice roll modifier +12, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +2 light dust, dust dice roll 5, +1 target size, +1 buttoned up. 9 +12, 21. It's a miss. Advance phase. Clouds and GV with light machine gun into 27A5. GN into 27V6. GZ with light machine gun into 27W6. GG with anti-tank rifle into 28T10. GK into 28T9. Kubach and GB with light machine gun into 28V9. British player turn 3. Wind change 6. No wind change. Prep fire phase. BT fires on clouds and GV8 firepower. Final DRM, +3, +1 heavy dust, +2 light dust, 9 +3, 12, no effect. Mortar A fires on Kubach and GB, 3 hexes away, number needed to hit, 8, ITT, final DRM +3, 2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, 7 +3, 10, it's a miss, no rate of fire. Mortar B fires on Kubach and GB, 3 hexes away, number needed to hit, 8, ITT, final DRM, +2, 2 heavy dust, +0 light dust, 8 +2, 10, it's a miss, no rate of fire. Stuart main armament fires on 3B 10 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final DRM, +3, +4 heavy dust, +0 light dust, -1 acquisition, 8 +3, 11, it's a miss. Anti-tank gun fires on 3D5 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final DRM +5, 3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, 8 +5, 13, it's a miss, maintains rate of fire. Anti-tank gun rate of fire fires on 3D5 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final DRM +5, 3 heavy dust, +3 light dust, -1 acquisition, 4, 22, +5, 9, hull multiple hits, maintains rate of fire. 37 mm LL cannon to number to kill, 11, Panzer III frontal hulls armored factor, 6, number needed to affect Panzer, 6, possible shock, dice roll 8, no effect. Second hit, same parameters, dice roll 10, no effect. Anti-tank rate of fire fires on 3D5 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final DRM +4, +3 heavy dust, +3 light dust, -2 acquisition, dice roll 4 +4, 8, turret hit, maintains rate of fire. 37 mm LL gun to kill number, 11, Panzer III frontal turrets armored factor, 4, number needed to affect Panzer, 8, possible shock. Final to kill dice roll, 3, less than final to kill number, Panzer 3D becomes a flaming wreck. Anti-tank rate of fire fires on Panzer IV, 8 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final dice roll modifier +5, +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, dice roll 6 +5, 11, it's a miss, maintains rate of fire. Anti-tank rate of fire fires on Panzer IV, 8 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final dice roll modifier +4, +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, 1 acquisition, dice roll 3 +4, 7, turret hit, maintains rate of fire. To kill 37 mm LL gun, 11, Panzer IV frontal turrets armored factor, 6, number needed to affect Panzer, 6. Final to kill dice roll 11. It's a miss. Anti-tank gun rate of fire fires on Panzer IV, 8 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final dice roll modifier +3, +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, -2 acquisition, dice roll 6 +3, 9, hull hit, loses rate of fire. To kill 37 mm LL gun, 11, Panzer IV frontal hulls armored factor, 6, number needed to affect Panzer, 6. Final to kill dice roll 11, it's a miss. Mac and BB try to entrench, 10 fail, labor -2. B. Try to entrench +1, 9 fail, labor -2. Movement phase. Crusader B makes mech reliability dice roll, 9 passes. Crusader B from 28 DD10 to 27 BB14 crew exposed. Grant D starts motion in 28 Y8, the main armament fires on Grant D 10 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final dice roll modifier, +5, +5 heavy dust, +2 light dust, -1 acquisition, -1 target size. 4 + 5, 9, turret hit. 75 mm L to kill number, 17, grants front turret armor, 11, number needed to affect Grant, 7 or less. Final to hit dice roll 5. Rec. Grant D crew survival dice roll 8. Crew is killed in action. Crusader A starts motion in 28-29, makes mech reliability dice roll 8 passes. Tank Panzer IIIe main armament fires on Crusader A. 8 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, BTT, final dice roll modifier +5, +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, 1 acquisition. 9 + 5, 14, it's a miss. Tank Panzer IIIB main armament fires on Crusader A. 8 hexes away, number needed to hit 9, VTT, final dice roll modifier +6, +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 buttonda. 12 + 6, 18, main armament malfunctioned. Crusader A to 28 Z14 crew exposed. Co-assault moves from 28 × 9 to 28 W9. Kubach and GB with light machine gun fire on Co with 6 firepower. Final DRM, +2, +1 heavy dust, +2 light dust, -1 leader. 10 + 2, 12, no effect. Barker and BZ with light machine gun from 28 Y7 into Sangar at 28 × 9. Defensive fire phase. Klaus and GV with light machine gun fire on BT-12 firepower. Final dice roll, +2, +1 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 Sangar, -1 leader. 7 + 2, 9, normal morale check. BT takes NMC, 4 passes. Tank Panzer IIIF machine gun fires on BT-8 firepower. Final DRM, +4, +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 Sangar. 9 + 4, 13, no effect. Tank Panzer IIIF main armament fires on BT. 3 hexes away, number needed to hit, 8, ITT, final dice roll modifier, +3, +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 Sangar, -1 acquisition. 6 + 3, 9, it's a miss, maintains rate of fire. Tank Panzer IIIF main armament rate of fire fires BT. Number needed to hit, 8, final dice roll modifier, +2, +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 Sangar, -2 acquisition. 8 + 2, 10, it's a miss. GZ with light machine gun fires on BT with 6 firepower. Final dice roll modifier, +6, +2 heavy dust, +3 light dust, +1 Sangar. 7 + 6, 13, no effect. Anti-tank rifles fires on Crusader A. Final DRM, +8, +3 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +2 advancing fire, +1 target size, +1 hillock. 6 + 8, 14, it's a miss. GG fires on Barker and BZ4 firepower. Final dice roll modifier, +3, +3 heavy dust, 0 light dust. 6 + 3, 9, no effect. Tank Panzer to see machine gun fires on B2 with 8 firepower. Final dice roll modifier, +7, 3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +2 emplacement. 2 + 7, 9, pin test check. D2 takes PTC, 5 squad passes. British sniper activates, 3, no effect. Tank Panzer 4 main armament fires, he on Crusader A. 8 hexes away, number needed to hit, 9, VTT, final dice roll modifier, +9, +4 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +2 hindrances, tanks, +1 buttoned up, +1 hillock, +1 target size. 2 + 9, 11 improbable hit. Improbable hit dice roll, 4. No effect. British sniper activates, 6. No effect. Kubach and GB fire on Co with 2 firepower. Final dice roll modifier, +1, +1 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 Sangar, -1 leader. 11 + 1, 12, no effect. Advancing fire phase. Crusader B main armament fires on Tank Panzer 3E. Final DRM, +9, +2 advancing phase, +2 normal turret, +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust. 3 + 9, 12, it's a miss. Crusader A main armament fires on Tank Panzer 3C. 5 hexes away, final DRM, +12, +2 advancing fire, +2 normal turret, +3 heavy dust, +3 light dust, +2 motion target. 7 + 12, 19, it's a miss. Barker and BZ fire on GG with 2 firepower. Final DRM, +1, +2 heavy dust, 0 light dust, -1 leader. 6 + 1, 7, no effect. Advance phase. BT into 27 A3. Crusader A buttons up. Crusader B buttons up.
Germans. Rats. My entire left wing drove into an anti-tank gun ambush, carefully disguised by Bill's patience in withholding his fire. Because he didn't fire the gun in his defensive fire phase, I placed no acquisition markers on it, since it was still hidden initial position in my advancing fire phase, and so would have a hard time hitting it, if I thought I might want to stick around and prep fire at it next time. Well, I wouldn't do that anyway, and if it were my anti-tank gun, I would have fired it off in defensive fire. In any case, I will try to run away from it, for I certainly can't expect to withstand another 6 rate of fire from the beast. I will maneuver to take it out in overrun, but not on turn 4 because the distance is yet too great. Losing 3D and my 9-2 was a severe blow. Should this tank have remained in motion once the Sanger in 28C6 popped into view? I really didn't expect the anti-tank gun there, but perhaps the safe move would have been wisest. But I know I can't win this game with fire from in-motion tanks, so I stopped 3D, in order to gain higher infantry fire table and to hit chances. Now I have the worst situation, a burning wreck in heavy wind, which provides absolutely no cover whatsoever, no hindrance and not even +1 TEM, since it is still a burning wreck, gas one with no smoke. Fortunately, the lucky nail my mother drove into Grundy more than even the score. What a relief to kill one of those monsters so early. Bill doesn't realize he's ahead on points right now, for I won't mention the death of the 9-2 until game end. I'm surprised Bill came at me with infantry in 28W9 and 28x9. Perhaps he is thinking these boys will scare me away. Perhaps he thinks his anti-tank gun will convince my AFVs to back down and allow his troops to secure the summit 28W9. Perhaps he is right. I know my tanks won't challenge that ATG in any case. At least, not from this formation. It looks like another turn of movement coming up. British. Boom! I got 6 shots with the 40L anti-tank, scored for hits, one of which was multiple hits, but registered only 1 kill. It was satisfying to draw first blood, but then that kill on my Granto spoiled the whole turn. I figured it was hard to hit and hard to kill, even for the Marder, but for now I can't do much more than whine about it, for the battle continues. I was surprised that Mark split his force, for I thought he'd do the usual and bring everybody into my line at one point. He must have decided Summit 28W9 was ripe for the picking. But I've made a few moves now, backed by the end of 3D, which make it look quite a bit more formidable. I couldn't have been happier with his positioning of the fine selection of AFVs for my anti-tank gun to pick and choose from. After the end of 3D, I might have shot up the Panzer II since it was, after all, one easier to hit. But I wanted to take out the much more valuable and potentially more dangerous Panzer IV. It was only misfortune that my 2-to-kill rolls for it were both 11. Maybe I can't kill it with a final to kill of 4, but I'd like to think I can come closer than that. I'll get one more shot at it before it starts moving next time, so we'll see what happens. My CO with Squad H moved to draw fire so that Barker and Squad BZ could move around a bit. Since the concealment wasn't removed, I was just about to advance on Kubak when I suddenly realized the heavy dust doesn't apply if the range is 0, so CO would have been lost on the advance and my opportunity to ambush Kubak would vanish. So, instead, CO and Squad BH stay in 28W9 to give the German something to think about. Over to the southeast, the Crusaders go out to gain hull down status, showing only their superior turrets to all enemy units at ground level. I hope the rate of fire, multiple hits and small target size of these tanks will be able to buy some time, and at least trade even F or 2 Panzer III kills. It was a tough choice, but I decided to button them up due to the strength of those enemy AFV machine guns and also the -2 modifier of Klaus. Squad BT finally received the order to fall back. He can't stop the whole German army, but he has done quite well slowing them down. I wonder whether the Germans are ready to fight, or will they dance around yet again?
Neutral commentator. The British anti-tank gun was blessed with a wonderful rate of fire, but could not make much of it count. I think I would have gone for the Panzer II after 3D was dispatched, but that's a matter for debate. On the German side, Mark should at least be thankful the bulk of the Panzers are far away from the anti-tank gun. And, of course, trading 3D for a Grant is a German victory, even with the 9-2 armor leader thrown into the equation. Now the Panzers can concentrate on the second Grant, picking off the other tanks and the ATG as convenience allows. But first, they'll have to escape that ATG. I noticed that event number 154 was the first effect attained by fire, after a string of more than 30 misses to open the game. But that is the kind of scenario we have here. It seems at times that the players are only trying to generate sniper attacks, what with all those double-digit modifiers applied to so many of their shots. But what they are really doing is working for acquisition and position in order to finesse a small advantage, which might be exploited and turned into something worthwhile. I look for the match to end relatively soon, in a flurry of activity, when Mark realizes he can't waste any more time dancing around. I may be proven wrong, but it looks to me like a Panzer II maneuvering to pull off some sleazy ploy down in the southwest Comer. Just where is that guy headed, anyway? I think the German should keep his squads spread out with no more than one per hex at this stage of the game. I see no good reason for Mark to have two squads stacked together right now. As for the concealed British squad BH, he had a wonderful idea in ambushing Tobruk, but finally responded to the hand signals Barker was flashing. At the last minute, he realized his concealment would be lost were he to advance on Tobruk and wisely backed himself up onto the summit again. I think Crusader should have found a better target than 3C for his advancing fire, for that German tank will elude line of sight with its very first movement point expenditure in the next tum. Even more important, I would have fired max 12, plus 3, shot at Tobruk instead of trying to entrench. I may be proven wrong should the Brit actually dig in and tum back an overrun or two, but that 12, plus 3, simply demands to be rolled right now. It is also difficult to justify the two mortars firing at Tobruk. They would probably have better chances for something worthwhile had Bill used them against 2C, for the -1 DRM for its armored factors on an indirect fire hit translates to some harm to the tank on an roll of 4 or less. Most important of all, though, is why Grand C didn't fire its 75mm gun at either Klaus or Tobruk. Looking at all this in total, the British commander had a rough time this turn calculating his shots, or even taking them at all in some cases. Will this come back to haunt Bill? Perhaps he couldn't have scored on any of these potential shots, but the proper acquisition placed on the proper targets might mean better results in the upcoming tum.
Hello dear friends, welcome to the fourth round of this battle. At this moment the Germans advance on positions considered as victory points, which are the peaks of the hills in the southern and central position of the British defense. The Germans lost a 3 Panzer and a 9-2 armoured leader, while the British lost one of their most important pieces, the Grand Tank, destroyed by fire from the Murda's powerful 75mm L gun. Enemy units are already close, partially reducing the modifying effects of heavy dust, and therefore, we expect more casualties from this turn onwards. Let's continue towards battle. Turn 4. German player turn. Rally phase. Wind change 9, no wind change. 3B attempts repair of main armament. 1. Repair. Prep fire phase. Panzer IIIe main armament fires APCR on Crusader A6, 1. Depleted APCR, miss. Panzer IIIe MA fires on Crusader A. 6 hexes away. Number needed to hit, VTT 9. Dice roll modifier +4. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, -1 acquisition. 6 +4, 10, it's a miss. Kubach and GB with LMG fire on Co with 6 FP. 1 hex away. +1 heavy dust, 0 light dust, -1 leader. Final dice modifier 0. 4 with no modifier. 2 morale check, no rate of fire. Com o resulted OD 5 +2, 7, BH Fika pinned E Parde a occultacao. Klaus and GV with LMG fire on BT with 6 FP. 2 hexes away. +1 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 CX, plus 1 hillock summit, -2 leader. Final dice roll plus 3. 6 plus 3, 9, no effect. Movement phase. Panzer 3C from 27Z6 to 27cc5 to 6. Grand C 37 mm fires on 3-C9 hexes away. Number needed to hit 9. Plus 5 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 2 moving target. Final dice modifier plus 9. 8 plus 9, 17, it's a miss. Panzer 3C to 27 DD416. Crusader B main armament fires on 3C. 4 hexes away. Number needed to hit 10 or less. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 2 moving target, plus 1 change cover arc, 1 hex, plus 1 button dart. Final dice modifier plus 9. 9 plus 9, 18, it's a miss. 3C to 27E46. 3F from 27Y8 to 27A51. 3B starts motion in 27W6. Stuart MA fires on 3B. 10 hexes away. 2E from number 27 times 9 to 27 plus 5 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, -2 acquisition. Final dice modifier plus 5. 8 plus 5, 13, it's a miss. 3B to 27Z7 1 motion. GK assault moves from 28T9 to 28U10. GG with ATR assault moves from 28T10 to 27U1. To C from 28T9 to 28V92. To C bounding fires, using infantry fire equivalent and machine gun, on BH with 8 FP. Point blank fire. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust. Dice roll 3 plus 3, 6, 1 morale check. BH takes 1 MC. 10, BH breaks, 20 L cannon maintains rate of fire. To C to 28 W10 2. To -C rate of fire machine gun bounding fires on Barker and BZ4 FP. 1 hex away, point blank fire. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 sangar. 9 plus 5, 13, it's a miss. To C to 27 W142. ATR fires on to C 3 hexes away. Number needed to hit 10. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 2 moving target, plus 1 target size. Dice roll modifier plus 7. 11 plus 7, 18, it's a miss. To C to 27 V142N. Panzer 4 starts motion in 28R9. ATG fires on Panzer 4. 8 hexes away. Number needed to hit 9 or less. Plus 4 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, -2 acquisition. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 6 plus 4, 10, it's a miss, loses rate of fire. PZ4 to 27U32. Murder from 2809 to 28T10 to C. 3 are from 27W7 to 27BB9 to 1. GZW LMG from 27W6 to 27Y5. BT fires on GZ with 4 FP. 3 hexes away. Plus to heavy dust, plus to light dust. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 8 plus 3, 11, no effect. GZ with LMG to 27Z4. Crusader, a coaxial machine gun, fires on GZ with 4 FP. 3 hexes away. Plus to heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, minus 1 FF name. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 5 plus 4, 9, no effect. GN from 27V6 to 27Z4. HTCC from 27W10 to 27Y10 to CEN. HTA from 27V7 to 27V0 to CEN. Panzer IIe from 27 times 9 to 27R46M. HTFF from 27V6 to 27X9 to CEN. HTE from 27T8 to 27V9 to CEN. HTB from 27T7 to 27U9 to CEN. HTD from 27S8 to 27T9 to CEN. Defensive fire phase. Barker and BZ with LMG fire on GG6 FP. 3 hexes away. Plus to heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, minus 1 leader. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, no effect. Mortar A fires on Murder. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit, area target type 7. Plus 3 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus to moving target. Dice roll modifier plus 5. 4 plus 5, 9, it's a miss, maintains rate of fire. Mortar A rate of fire fires on Murder. Same parameters. Plus 3 heavy dust, 2 light dust, plus to moving target, minus 1 acquisition. Final dice roll, plus 6. 8 plus 6, 14, it's a miss, loses rate of fire. Mortar B fires on Murder. Same parameters. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus to light dust, plus to moving target. Fire. Final dice roll modifier, plus 7. 6 plus 7, 13, it's a miss, loses rate of fire. Crusader B main armament rate of fire fires on 3C. 4 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 9. Plus to heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus to moving target, plus 1 buttoned up, plus 1 heavy wind, minus 1 acquisition. Dice roll modifier plus 8. 7 plus 8, 15, it's a miss. Crusader A main armament fires on 3E. 6 hexes away. Plus 3 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 1 buttoned up. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, it's a miss. Anti-tank gun rate of fire fires onto C. 6 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 9. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus to light dust, plus to motion target, plus 1 hindrance, rec 28Y8, plus 1 target size. Dice roll modifier plus 9. 6 plus 9, 15, it's a miss, no rate of fire. Grand C 75mm fires on Klaus and GV. 9 hexes away. Number needed to hit, ITT 7. Plus 5 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 button dart. Dice roll modifier, plus 8. 8 plus 8, 16, it's a miss. Mac and BB with HMG fires on Klaus, and GV with 8 firepower. 9 hexes away. Plus 5 heavy dust, 0 light dust, minus 1 leader. Dice roll modifier, plus 4. 10 plus 4, 14, no effect. Advancing fire phase. 3C main armament fires on Crusader B. 4 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 9. Plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 buttoned up, plus 1 target size. Dice roll modifier, plus 9. 5 plus 9, 14, it's a miss. 3F main armament fires on Stuart. 7 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 9. Plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 4 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 buttoned up, minus 1 leader. Dice roll modifier, plus 10. 8 plus 10, 18, it's a miss. GZ and GN fire on BT4 FP. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 hillock. Dice roll modifier, plus 5. 9 plus 5, 14, no effect. 3 a main armament fires on Crusader B. 8 hexes away. Plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 4 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 hillock. Dice roll modifier, plus 11. 9 plus 11, 20, it's a miss. Panzer IV main armament fires, he on Crusader A. 5 hexes away. Plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 3 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 buttoned up, plus 1 target type. Dice roll modifier, plus 12. 11 plus 12, 23, it's a miss. The main armament fires on Crusader A. 6 hexes away. Plus 2 advancing fire, plus 3 no turret, plus 3 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 1 target size, plus 1 hindrance, tank IIC on 27W1. Dice roll modifier, plus 10. 7 plus 10, 17, it's a miss. Route phase. DH routes to 28 BB6. Advance phase. PZ4 unbuttons. Panzer III unbuttons. 3C unbuttons. 3F unbuttons. GV with LMG into 27 BB4. GZ with LMG into Sangar at 27 AA4. Klaus into Sangar at 27 AA4. GN into 27 Z3. GG with anti-tank rifle into 28 V10. GK into 28 V9. British turn 4. Rally phase. Wind change, 6, no wind change. DH tries to recover morale with McNamara. DRM plus 3. Dice roll 5 plus 3, 8, fails. Prep fire phase. Mortar A fires on Murder. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit, ATT 7. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 hindrance, wreck on 28 U9, minus 2 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +4. 12 mortar malfunctions. Mortar B fires on murder. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit 87. +3 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 hindrance, recon 28U9, -1 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +4. 7 + 4, 11, it's a miss, mortar loses rate of fire. Crusader B main armament fires on 3C. 4 hexes away. Number needed to hit VTT 10. +2 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 buttoned up, -2 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +2. 9 + 3, 12, it's a miss. Crusader A main armament fires on 3E. 6 hexes away. Number needed to hit VTT 10. +3 heavy dust, +0 light dust, +1 buttoned up, -1 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +3. 4 + 3, 7, turret hit. Crusader 37mm gun to kill number 10. Panzer 3 frontal turret armor factor 4. Number needed to affect Panzer 7 possible shock. Dice roll 7 possible shock maintains rate of fire. 3E makes shock dice roll 9, the tank becomes shocked. Crusader A main armament rate of fire fires on Panzer 4. 5 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 firing outside cover arc, 1 hex, +1 buttoned up. Dice roll modifier +7. 6 + 7, 13, it's a miss. Stuart main armament fires on 3C. 6 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +2 firing outside cover arc, 1 hex, slow turret. Dice roll modifier +7. 9 + 7, 16, it's a miss. Anti-tank gun fires on 3F. 9 hexes away. 9 to hit. +5 heavy dust, +0 light dust, +1 firing outside cover arc, 1 hex. Dice roll modifier +6. 4 + 6, 10, it's a miss, maintains rate of fire. Anti-tank gun rate of fire fires on 3F. Same parameters. +5 heavy dust, +2 light dust, -1 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +6. 7 + 6, 13, it's a miss, loses rate of fire. Anti-tank rifle fires onto C. 3 hexes away. +2 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +2 target in motion, +1 target size. Dice roll modifier +7. 6 + 7, 13, it's a miss. Crusader A intensive fire main armament on PZ4. 5 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 buttoned up, +2 intensive fire, -1 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +7. 4 + 7, 11, it's a miss. Stuart intensive fire main armament fires on 3C. 6 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +0 light dust, +2 intensive fire, -1 acquisition. Dice roll modifier +4. 11 + 4, 15, it's a miss, Stuart main armament becomes malfunctioning. Grant C 75 mm fires on Klaus and GZ. 8 hexes away. Number needed to hit ITT 7. +4 heavy dust, +3 light dust, +1 Sangar, -1 leader. DRM +7. To +7, 9, improbable hit. Improbable hit dice roll, 3. It's a hit, maintains rate of fire. Resolve 12 firepower against Klaus and GZ. 7. 1 morale check. Klaus takes 1 morale check. 4. Passes. GZ takes 1 morale check. Modifier -2, leader. 4 to 2, 2, GZ passes. German sniper activates. 6. No effect. Grant C 75 mm rate of fire fires on Klaus and GZ. Same parameters. +4 heavy dust, +3 light dust, +1 Sangar, -1 acquisition, -1 leader. Dice roll modifier +6. 3 + 6, 9, it's a miss. Grant C 37 mm fires on 3C. 9 hexes away. Number needed to hit VTT 9. +5 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 hindrance, tank Stuart, -1 acquisition. DRM +7. 7 + 7, 14, it's a miss. DT fires on Klaus and GZ 8 FP. +1 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 Sangar. DRM +4. 6 + 4, 10, no effect. Barker and BZ with LMG fire on GG6 FP. +1 heavy dust, +3 light dust, -1 leader. DRM +3. 6 + 3, 9, no effect. Mac and BB try to entrench, 9, fail. By try to entrench, modifier +1, 7 + 1, 8, fails. Defensive fire phase. The main armament fires on Crusader A. 6 hexes away. Number needed to hit VTT 10. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 hindrance, Panzer to C, +1 hillock, -1 acquisition. DRM +6. 5 + 6, 11, it's a miss. Panzer IV main armament fires E on Crusader A. 5 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 hillock, -1 acquisition. DRM +5. 6 + 5, 11, it's a miss. Anti-tank rifle fires on Crusader A. 4 hexes away. +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 hindrance, Panzer to C. DRM +4. 12 ATR becomes malfunctioning. Kubach, GB and GK fire on BS and BL-8 FP. 2 hexes away. +1 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 Sangar, +1 Killock Summit, -1 leader. DRM +2. 6 + 2, 8, 1 morale check. BS takes NMC. 5 passes. BL takes NMC. 9 breaks. GG fires on Barker and BZ with 4 FP. 2 hexes away. +1 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 Sangar. DRM +4. 6 + 4, 10, no effect. 3. A main armament fires on Crusader B. 8 hexes away. +4 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 hillock, -1 leader, -1 acquisition. DRM +3. 10 +3, 13, it's a miss. Panzer 3C main armament fires on Crusader B. 4 hexes away. +2 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 hillock, -1 acquisition. DRM +4. 10 +4, 14, it's a miss. Panzer 3F main armament fires on Stuart. 7 hexes away. +4 heavy dust, +2 light dust, -1 acquisition. DRM +4. 7 +4, 11, it's a miss. Panzer 3F main armament rate of fire fires on Stuart. Same parameters. +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, -2 acquisition. DRM +3. 6 +3, 9, hull hit. Panzer 3F to kill number 11. Stuart frontal hull armor factor 4. Number needed to kill 8, possible shock. Final to kill dice roll 7. Stuart immobilized. Immobilization test check for Stuart crew 7, it passes. Klaus and GZ with LMG fire on BT-12 FP. 1 hex away. +1 heavy dust, +3 light dust, -2 leader. DRM +2. 4 +2, 6, to morale check. BT takes to MC, 6 +2, 8, breaks. Rout phase. BT surrenders to GN. Interrogation attempt. Modifier -1. 9 to 1, 8, fails. BL routes to 28 BB5 in Sangar.
German, my moves deliver me, luckily, from the anti-tank guns kill zone, and turn the flank to the southeast. This was tremendous good fortune for me, as Bill's gun had caught me flat-footed. The positioning of trees C and Kubok forced the surrender of the British squad BT. Those 4 points for prisoners might well come in handy at game end. Bill must have felt the pressure during his prep fire, for he knew I would have 2 consecutive fire phases, my defensive fire phase and my prep fire phase, with his Crusaders sitting in my sights, and he squeezed off some intensive fire shots and paid the price. Ho ho, I'll laugh while I can, for he is usually very successful with his intensive fire shots. I can't believe that I skated through this whole time and suffered only a shock tank. How long can this continue? While the advance of the 2 Crusaders was an unexpected move, I can see that Bill has many ways to justify the maneuver. Most important from my perspective is that they will delay me from moving in on the true objective, 28 BB6. If I run straight at them, I will probably lose a couple of tanks. But if I don't, there is no guarantee I can nail the Crusaders from my present positions. I thought that I could, but my entire defensive fire phase expired without any effect on them. The immobilization on the Stuart was small compensation for an entire fire phase of effort. But now that I have full acquisition out there, we'll see how those Crusaders fare in my upcoming prep fire. It's time to heat up this desert scene, courtesy of the Panzer IV, along with some APCR from the others. On turn 5, I will mostly sit and blast away. After that, I must initiate a battle of motion, which will continue until the end of the game, for it will take the remaining 4 turns to work through the enemy and grab some MiG-28 BB6 from the max stack. I like to claim that much of the target switching Bill was forced to do this turn was by design, as part of my grand strategy, but it occurred only as a byproduct as I ran from his guns, swinging the attack around to the right. But what a spot to place the Marder. I was looking at the wonderful shots Hex 28 T10 would offer at the Crusaders and the Stuarts, while shielded from the anti-tank gun and Grand C, so I drove right into the realm of those blasted 50mm mortars. I hope the Field Marshal wasn't watching. In any case, typifying my excellent luck this turn, one mortar broke down and the other fell silent when its manning half-squad broke and ran away. I'm not at all happy about the situation on the southeastern hillock, where those darn Crusaders have jammed up my attack. Perhaps I should have run at them this turn, but it didn't feel like the time was right yet. I can accept even losses, but I have a healthy fear of their rate of fire and killing power against the 4 frontal armor of my Panzer III turrets. Bill has stung me often enough in the past with Crusaders, so I'll try to blow them away from this blocking position. If that doesn't work, I will have to swarm in on them. British. Too bad those panzers escaped the grasp of my anti-tank gun. I took my shot at the acquired Panzer IV, but once it started to move I figured I may as well wait to see where the tanks were headed in order to use my rate of fire shot to align my cover arc where it could remain fixed for my following prep fire. What actually happened was that everybody ran from sight, so I had to be content shooting at the Panzer II, which is tough to hit due to its small size, motion and distance. Chasing the enemy from this flank is a victory of sorts, but it would have been vastly more enjoyable to continue to whip 40mm high-velocity shells at them. The Marder, however, has driven into a location it has no business occupying. A few rounds of 51mm fire ought to start scoring and, due to the -2 DRM for indirect fire versus AFV/IFT, the bloody thing ought to be shocked or immobilized into submission before too long. Just look at the number of shots those 2 mortars are due over the next 2 turns. Too bad they were both put out of commission so easily. Mack and his command declined the 12+3 at Kubak in prep fire in order to dig again. But they continue to make the attempt with blunted shovels. If they can't manage to fortify that position, I fear they may be in for a rough time when the overruns start pouring in. Likewise, it was a bad break losing the Stuart's gun to an intensive fire shot, but I can't moan about that now without trying to defend the concept of using intensive fire itself, so I'll have to pass on that matter until some future time when an intensive fire shot saves the day. The end came fast and sure for my loner in the South Squad BT. I feel those boys did their job well, for they single-handedly tied down Klaus for a couple of turns. I managed to get both Crusaders through Mark's defensive fire phase, so now he will probably sit and shoot in his own prep fire. While it would have been preferable had I knocked out a tank or 2 of his, at least my continued presence on this line of defense is messing up his attack. If good fortune will see me past his upcoming fire, it will be time for me to start scoring some kills with these, for I need at some point to do better than just trade AFVs with the enemy if I am ever to take control of this game. That's why I am most worried about his panzers and am letting his infantry run around unhindered. I still have plenty of squads to deal with his, if only enough of his armor can be stripped away. That's also why I switched targets after his 3E was shocked. It might blow up on its own, and no matter what, it will probably be out of the battle for a whole turn. There are plenty of other, more immediate problems out there for me to deal with than that one shocked tank. If I can win the tank battle, my biggest fear, that of overruns, will be gone. My Sangers won't stop overruns, and any of my positions occupied by German tanks are fire dead against enemy infantry pouring in on the heels of the panzers. Yes, they re-coming.
Neutral commentator. This was a turn of many misses on both sides, especially for the British. The combatants must move in closer, or nothing is going to be resolved. Of course, that's what the British would like, so I think he would have been justified in pulling back a bit this turn. But his stand has worked well so far, and that makes it difficult to fault his order to stand fast. Notice that Barker couldn't shoot at Kubak due to his entrenched status behind the hillock. They have no line of sight to each other. When the German 2C started moving, I expected him to go for an overrun, but his point-blank bounding fire nailed Squad BH and his rate of fire gave him a chance at Barker. Maybe the German commander was afraid of repercussions had he ventured up onto the summit. In any case, 2C made a safe move and scored the first broken infantry of this battle. On the other pincer of that attack, Klaus finally spoke up and convinced the British to surrender. Does it look like 3C and Kubak are too well placed to believe, as they combine to force Squad BT to give up? Was this by design, or merely chance? We won't get a straight answer out of Germans, for they are trying to conjure up some form of mystique. Just overheard him mumbling something about Scourge of the Desert. Despite my earlier promise, I won't flay Bill for the intensive fire shot of the Stuart. It seems pretty obvious that this tanker was overzealous. Already down a Grant, and with his infantry starting to run from the field, this was certainly not the shot to try and recoup anything. Loss of the Stuart's gun will be felt over the next few turns as the enemy come in even closer. Maybe it can be repaired. To counter the loss of the Stuart main armament, Mark offers up his mortar by driving it into a position where the British mortars can unload all their munitions onto it. This should be as easy as throwing the ammo into the tubes and placing your bets for which round will score the kill. Did Mark think the line of sight blocked? It's close, but I think it looks like he was just distracted by smacking his lips over the easy pickings, those Crusaders. He was caught escaping the anti-tank gun trap and landed in another, only to dodge the bullet again as the mortar position fell apart. With all the acquisition on those Crusaders, I can't see them surviving the German prep fire next turn. The question is, however, whether the German attack has been disrupted by the British actions. He could have ignored this advanced line and held fast further back, even as far as northeast of Hillock, but had he done so, the Germans would already be assaulting the summit at 28 BB6. Perhaps this defense will prove a good one from that perspective, keeping the panzers so occupied that they fail to reach the last summit in time. Notice that the Panzer IV fires he on Crusader A to acquire it without risking armor-piercing depletion that gun. The German commander doesn't expect to score a hit yet, but he is setting the stage for his next tum of fire when the Panzer IV will have a -2 acquisition and be able to lash out with AP, then heat and finally he, should the other types be depleted. Surely something will hit with all these chances, but Mark will still fire everyone else at Crusader A first to preserve the special ammo of his Panzer IV if possible. It might come in handy later versus Grant C.
Hello dear friends, welcome to the 5th round of this battle. In the 4th round, the Germans have already achieved one of the victory points in 27R4 and will certainly achieve the second, which should be achieved in the next round, 28W9. During this movement they only had one Panzer III tank in shock. The main task in this next turn is to face and neutralize the Crusader tanks that are on the path that leads to the third and final objective to win the scenario, summit in 28 BD6. Let's go into battle and see how things play out. German turn 5. Rally phase. Wind change, 12, gusts, very heavy dust. With the change in wind and the intensification of wind to gusts, The dust changes from heavy dust to very heavy dust with implications for modifiers related to shots and movements. Very heavy dust is treated exactly the same as heavy dust except that its line of sight hindrance dice roll modifier is equal to the range of the attack. A buttoned-up armored fighting vehicle must expend one extra movement point to enter a new hex, in addition to the extra movement point required by Rule F11.73, that is, a vehicle with buttoned-up tracks will need 2 movement points plus the cost of the terrain to advance 1 hex, with a total of 4 hexes per hex of open terrain, 2 MP of the usual cost of the land plus 2 MP for the very heavy dust condition. A vehicle with a half-track buttoned up will need 5 movement points to advance 1 hex, 3 MP for the usual cost of terrain plus 2 MP for the very heavy dust, while infantry will require the same 2 movement factors to advance 1 hex, exactly as in the case of heavy dust. Use of double-time gallop is prohibited, attacks by versus aerial units are not allowed, and all recovery dice roll receive a +1 DRM. GG attempt repair ATR. 1. Repaired. Stuart attempt to repair main gun, 3, fails. BS attempts recovery of mortar, DRM, +1, 5, fails. BH try rally, with MAC, DRM -1, rallies. 3E resolves shock, 6, flips to uncertain kill. Prep fire phase. 3C main armament fires APCR on Crusader B. Depleted APCR. 3C main armament fires on Crusader B. 4 hexes away. +4 very heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 buttoned up, +1 target size, +1 hillock, -2 acquisition. DRM +5. 10 +5, 15, miss. Movement phase. 3F from 27AA5 to 27AA21, crew exposed. Crusader B main armament fires on 3F. +2 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 turret turn, 1 hex spine normal turret, +1 buttoned up, +2 moving target. DRM +7. 11 +7, 18, miss. 3F to 27A1, 1, 5, crew exposed. Crusader A main armament fires on 3F. +1 very heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 buttoned up, +2 normal turret turns to hex spines, +1 buttoned up, +2 moving target, -2 point blank fire. DRM +7. 9 +7, 16, miss. 3F stops in 27A1, 1, 5, buttoned up. ATR fires on 3F. +1 very heavy dust, +2 light dust, +2 moving target, -2 point blank fire. DRM +3. 8 +3, 11, miss. 3F bounding fires APCR on Crusader A. +1 very heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 target size, +1 buttoned up, +2 bounding fire, +2 normal turret, -2 point blank fire, -1 leader. DRM +6. 10 +6, 16, D-plates APCR. 3F bounding fires on Crusader A. +1 very heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 target size, +1 buttoned up, +2 bounding fire, +2 normal turret, -2 point blank fire, -1 leader. DRM +5. To +5, 7, hull critical hit, maintains rate of fire. Panzer 3F base to kill number, doubled, critical hit 22. Shot on the rear face, +1. Crusader rear hulls armor factor, 3. Final to kill dice roll, 5. Flaming wreck. British sniper activates, 4, no effect. 3F turns turret to 27A1, 1, 3, crew exposed. 3F main armament uses rate of fire and fires on Crusader B. +1 very heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 target size, +2 normal turret turns to hex spines, +2 bounding fire, +2 normal turret, -2 point blank fire, -1 leader. DRM +6. 5 +6, 11, miss. 3 up from 27 BB4 to 27 EE7, 6, crew exposed. GV with LMG from 27 BB4 to 27 CC2. Klaus and GZ with LMG from 27 A4 to 27 CC2. GN with prisoners from 2Z3 to 27 DD2. 2E from 27 A7 to 27 CC4, 1, motion. Half-track CC to 27 A9. Half-track FF to 27 Z9. Half-track A to 27 Y10. Half-track E to 27 times 9. Half-track B to 27 W10. Half-track D to 27 V9. To C from 27 V1 to 28 W10, 1. Barker and LMG fires on to C. 1 hex away. On to C. Number needed to hit, VTT 10. +1 heavy dust, +2 light dust, +2 moving target, +1 moving target, -1 leader. DRM +5. 5 +5, 10, hull hit. MGR more piercing, 4. To see frontal hull's armor factor, 2. Final to kill dice roll, 5, no effect. To see to 28 times 9, 1. BZ takes part with Barker. DRM -1. 6 to 1, 5, passes. Barker and BZ reaction fire on to C with 5 CCV, 5 squad +1 leader, -1 leader marked with first fire. Modifiers, +2 non-stop AFV, -1 leader. DRM +1. 9, no effect. To see machine gun TPBF on Barker and BZ with 12 firepower, infantry fire equivalent 4 plus MG5 is equal to 9, x3, triple blank fire is equal to 27, 27 2 is equal to 13, 5, bounding fire. 0 very heavy dust, +2 light dust, +1 sangar. DRM +3. 6 +3, 9, normal morale check. Barker makes normal morale check, 8, pin. BZ makes normal morale check, 3, passes. Kubach, GK and GB with LMG assault move from 28 V9 to 28 W10. GG with ATR assault moves from 28 V10 to 28 W10. Murder from 28 T10 to 28 U10, 2, crew exposed. Panzer 4 from 27 U3 to 28 V9, 1, crew exposed. Defensive fire phase. Anti-tank gun fires on 3F. +5 very heavy dust, +2 light dust, +2 moving target. DRM plus 9. 10 plus 9, 19, miss. Crusader B intensive fire main armament on 3F. Plus 1 very heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 2 intensive fire, plus 1 buttoned up, plus 2 moving target, minus 2 point blank fire. DRM plus 4. 4 plus 8, 12, miss. Grant C 75mm fires on 3F. Plus 5 very heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 2 moving target, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 8. 10 plus 8, 18, miss. MAC, BB with heavy machine gun, BH, and B with light machine gun fire on 3F. 20 firepower. 5 hexes away. Base number to hit, VTT 10. Plus 5 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 2 moving target, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 6. 7 plus 6, 13, no effect. Grant 37mm fires on 3F. Plus 5 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 2 moving target. DRM plus 8. 8 plus 8, 16. Stuart NG fires on Klaus, GZ and GV, 8 firepower. Plus 3 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 2 moving target, minus 1 FFNA. DRM plus 4. 7 plus 4, 11, no effect. Crusader B coaxial machine gun fires on 3F 8 firepower. Plus 1 very heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 2 moving target, plus 1 buttoned up, plus 1 moving turret cover arc 1 hex spine. DRM plus 6. 4 plus 6, 10, no effect. BG fires on 3F8 firepower. Plus 1 very heavy dust. Plus 2 light dust, plus 2 moving target. DRM plus 5. 9 plus 5, 15, no effect. Advancing fire phase. Kubach, GK, GG and GB with light machine gun fire on Barker and BZ with 12 firepower. Plus 1 very heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 2. 8 plus 2, 10, normal morale check. Barker takes normal morale check. 7 passes. BZ takes normal morale check. 11 breaks DA. Panzer IV main armament fires E ammo on BS. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 bounding fire, plus 2 normal turret. DRM plus 9. 7 plus 9, 16, miss. Panzer IV coaxial machine gun fires on BS with 2 firepower. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 bounding fire, plus 2 normal turret. DRM plus 9. 10 plus 9, 19, no effect. 3B main armament on Crusader B. Plus 2 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 1 target size, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, minus 1 point blank fire, 2 hexes away. DRM plus 6. 4 plus 6, 10, turret hit. Panzer 3B fire factor, 11. Crusader frontal turrets armor, 4. Number needed to affect Crusader, 8 or less, possible shock. Final to kill dice roll, 9, no effect. Rout phase. BZ routes to 28 AA6 Barker accompanies. Advance phase. GZ takes part with clouds. DRM-2. Dice roll 6 passes. GV takes part with clouds. DRM-2. Dice roll 3 passes. Clouds, GZ with LMG and GV with LMG into 28 BD1. GN with prisoners into 27 DD1. Kubach and GB with LMG into Sangar at 28 times 9. GG with ATR into 28 times 9. GK into 28 W9. Close combat phase. Clouds and GZ versus Crusader B. 6 CCV. 7 DD1. DRM-2. 7 to 2, 5, Rec. British turn 4. Rally phase. Wind change, 8. Heavy dust. BS attempts recovery of mortar. 3 recovered. Stuart attempts repair of main armament. 2 fails. Barker self-rally. DRM plus 5. 6 plus 5, 11, fails. BL self-rally. DRM plus 1. 10 plus 1, 11, fails. 3E resolves unconfirmed kill. Remove UK. Prep fire phase. ATG fires on 3F. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 10. Plus to heavy dust, plus to light dust. DRM plus 4. 7 plus 4, 11, miss. ATG intensive fire on 3F. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 10. Plus to heavy dust, plus to light dust, plus to intensive fire, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 5. 7 plus 5, 12, miss. Grant C 37 mm fires on 3F. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 10. Plus to heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 2. 5 plus 2, 7, hull hit. Final tuck dice roll, 5. Immobilized. Immobilization test check for 3F. 10 fails, crew bails out. DG fires on G10 with 8 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust. DRM plus 3. 6 plus 3, 9, pin test check. G10 takes pin test check, 8, pinned. Grant C 75 mm fires on 3F. 5 hexes away. Number needed to hit, 10. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, minus 1 acquisition, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 2. 9 plus 2, 10, miss. ATR fires on 3F. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, minus 2 point blank fire. DRM 0. 7, turret hit. ATR firepower, 5. Rear shot, plus 1. Panzer 3 rear armor factor, 3. Final to kill dice roll, 11, no effect. Mortar fires on Kubach, GB and GG. 2 hexes away. Number needed to hit, area target type 7. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust. DRM plus 4. 7 plus 4, 11, miss. Same on to C. DRM plus 7. 7 plus 7, 14. Mac, BB with heavy machine gun, and B with light machine gun fire on clouds, GV and GZ with 16 firepower. DRM plus 6. 6. 7 plus 6, 13, no effect, machine guns maintain rate of fire. Mac, HMG and LMG using rate of fire fires on clouds, GV and GZ with 8 firepower. DRM plus 3. 10 plus 3, 13, no effect. Stuart bow and anti-air machine guns fire on clouds, GV and GZ with 4 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 tank. DRM plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, no effect. Stuart coaxial machine gun fires on clouds, GV and GZ with 4 firepower. 3 hexes away. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 tank. DRM plus 6. 6 plus 6, 12, no effect. Movement phase. BL with LMG from 28 AA1 to 28 DD4. By from 28 Z4 to 28 BB4. BH from 28 BB6 to 28 CC8. Defensive fire phase. Kubach, GB with LMG and GG fire on B2 with 12 firepower. 4 hexes away. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 tank hindrance, plus 2 emplacement, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 7. 11 plus 7, 18, no effect. To C fires on BS with 4 firepower. 2 hexes away. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 sangar. DRM plus 4. 6 plus 4, 10, no effect. Panzer IV main armament fires E ammo on BS. 3 hexes away. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 sangar. DRM plus 6. 12 plus 6, 18, main armament becomes malfunctioning. Panzer IV coaxial machine gun fires on BS with 4 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 sangar. DRM plus 4. 10 plus 4, 14, no effect. Clouds, GV with LMG and GZ with LMG fire on B2 with 12 firepower. 6 hexes away. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 2 emplacement, minus 2 leader. DRM plus 6. 5 plus 6, 11, no effect, machine guns maintain rate of fire. Clouds and 2 LMGs fire on B2 with 6 firepower. 6 hexes away. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 2 emplacement, minus 2 leader. DRM plus 6. 4 plus 6, 10, no effect. GK fires on BS with 4 firepower. 2 hexes away. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 sangar. DRM plus 3. 5 plus 3, 8, no effect. 3E main armament fires on BS. DRM plus 8. 3. 2 plus 8, 10, improbable hit, maintains rate of fire. Improbable hit dice roll, 4, miss. British sniper activates, 2. Target dice roll, 5 halves. Sniper moves to hex 28K1. Sniper moves on to murder stun, buttoned up. 3E main armament uses rate of fire and fires on BS. 9 hexes away. +5 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 sangar. DRM +6. 6 +6, 12, miss. 3B main armament fires on Grant. 7 hexes away. +4 heavy dust, +1 light dust, -1 target size. DRM +4. 10 +4, 14, miss. 3B machine guns fire on MAC, BB and B with 8 firepower. 7 hexes away. +4 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 tank Grant, +1 sangar. DRM +6. 3 +6, 9 pin test check. Same on Grant. 7 hexes away. +4 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 tank hindrance, +2 tank protection. DRM +7. 3 +7, 10, no effect. McNamara takes pin test check, 9, passes. BB takes PTC. DRM -1, leader. 4 to 1, 3, BB passes. B takes PTC. DRM -1, leader. 5 to 1, 4, passes. 3C main armament fires on Stuart. 6 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +2 light dust. DRM +5. 6 +5, 11, miss. 3C NG fires on Stuart with 8 firepower. 6 hexes away. +3 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +2 tank protection. DRM +6. 9 +6, 15, no effect. Route phase. G10 voluntary breaks and routes to 27 BB1. Advance phase. BH into 28 CC9. BL with LMG into 28 DD5. By into Sangar at 28 BB3. BG with ATR into 27 R1. Flip stun on Murder to +1.
German. Very heavy dust. At first I was perturbed, for it appearing my tightening hangman's noose around those crusaders had been loosened into no more than a poorly tied, 3-year-old shoelace. Suddenly, thanks to +1 hindrance per hex, Bill's crusaders were out of sight, or at least extremely difficult to hit. I still thought 3C might score, but was obviously mistaken. But it all turned out to be a blessing for the extra dust forced me to run at the enemy, and that 1S worked. The 8-1 in 3F radioed that both Crusader turrets were faced away from him, buttoned up, and that he had a clear path to run between them for some heavy-duty death dealing. Oh, what a medal we will pin on his chest, if only he recovers and manages to get back in his tank. He drew the fire which might have stopped half my force cold, and knocked out a Crusader to boot. Klaus lived up to my expectations, taking out the other one. Together, the actions of these two leaders have given me a quite definite advantage. The long shots my tankers have cranking out caught up with them this turn, and an ice finally gained no result on the British target, but signaled the enemy sniper to stun my mother, while a boxcars broke down the Panzer IV main armament. Both of these shots were on that lousy British half-squad S. This is the price to be paid when firing from the hip, as we do. I turn my boys loose, so they aren't calculating percentages in advance to each shot, but instead are just shooting their shots off. Certainly, not the most cautious or technically perfect way to run an attack, but a lot more fun and fast-paced. I argue that it is more realistic too, but don't tell Bill. He'll think he has made a convert. I think Bill will take some heat for putting his Crusaders out in front like he did, but I think he is to be commended for successfully using tanks' marginal quality to halt a superior force for more than a complete turn, and even then succumbing due only to some unusual circumstances, including Desert Storm and an enemy AFV, driving unscathed between the two to deliver a critical hit in abounding fire. I personally cannot condemn his move with those Crusaders, for he has for me to do something which I declared at the outset I would not. I had to attack them head-on. All I really planned to do at start was slip past the Crusaders to nail the grunt and score a victory. Bill didn't let that happen. Now I must deal with the ATG and that remaining grunt. Bill has moved his reserves forward, since it's clear I haven't the time or inclination to swing anyone around the north flank. He still has 9 squads in my path. I'm most concerned about Mac, his HMG, and that grunt. As for ATG, we'll see how it fares against several tons of good Dodge steel and iron down his pipe. British. What can I say? The dust kicked up, the enemy came in on me. I could have used better luck with the dice, maybe a little winning would do well. The ironic note on the sudden increase in the dust density was that it forced Mark to adopt an attack which not only brought him better results than the prep fire he had surely planned, but also, because he moved, brought his army closer to the Summit 28 BB6 than it otherwise would have been. The matter I am most curious about now is whether I can rally my boys up to fight well enough to get back into this game. It's suddenly slipping away in the dust. I was delighted to see the Panzer IV's main armament go down, and the stun on the Marder and immobilization of 3F were an indication, at least, that the 21st Panzer boys are not invincible. But the recovery of his 3E and the fact that Mac continues to miss with his shots leave me looking in sad shape. Coupled with the loss of the Crusaders, it's forced me to decide to bring forward the reserves to see if they can stiffen the way their comrades are waging this battle. They are also needed to protect Barker and Squad Z, who were finally flushed out of their Sangha. The return of the enemy on my right flank was unexpected. Perhaps the ATO did not quite get its message across on the first go-round. I'm looking forward to a repeat performance.
Neutral commentator. What a turn! If that 8-1 armor leader from the Mk3 can ever be dug out of the sand, he should be rewarded by a meal with Irwin. Sometimes this game can be infuriating when your opponent manages to drive his AFV up adjacent to yours and your shots miss, even though you see him coming all the way, yet he nails you. But then, that is part of what makes it so enjoyable. If this sort of thing couldn't happen, no one would ever try such a move and we Asslers would all die of boredom or move on to some other game. So, the Crusaders commit their fire, yet fail to land a hit. All the other fire at 3F was to be with massive modifiers, and Bill was probably correct to withhold it until he saw who else might be feeling brave and coming even closer than the 3F did. But I would certainly have taken that Stuart MG shot on Klaus when he moved up. It would have been an 8+2, and such fire simply must be made. British Squad G might have tried a deliberate immobilization shot with his ATR, although the to-hit modifiers would have been enormous. But right now, with 3F abandoned, this squad might be in position to pull a tremendous coup if only he can survive some fire. At least, Mark will have to expend some effort on these fellows, and Squad G offers Bill the hope for the kind of action he needs right now, something brave with enormous implications. Perhaps Bill should have opted for a Piper SMC counter when he sat down to play. There is no doubt the very heavy dust greatly aided the Germans this turn. Look how the Martyr angles up for an even better shot. But I think this AFV should have moved up even more. True, this spot shields him from both the Grant and the ATG, but Mark should have expected Klaus to knock out that Crusader, or at least remain in its hex and force it to leave in its following movement phase. With that Crusader handled one way or the other, the Martyr's only target from 28U10 is the Stuart, the one with no main armament. I wouldn't have been so cautious. And look what happens after Mark's statement that he wouldn't worry about the British sniper. The Martyr has been exposed out here by the sniper for quite some time, and finally takes a hit, although only a mild one this time around. Any rookies out there who want to learn how to clear those enemy positions when you have both armor and infantry at your disposal need look no further than events involving Panzer IIc and Squad GG, in movement phase and the sequential advancing fire phase. There can be about a billion variables thrown into this kind of situation, but this is how one does it, plain and simple. The tank runs into the enemy location, even remaining in motion to help turn back those reaction fire attacks, and then the infantry moves up adjacent. The defenders cannot fire outside their hex when the tank locks them in, so the attacking infantry are able to use advancing fire point blank. Very efficient, and very effective. For that matter, look also at the bounding fire of 3F. Had Mark's first shot used normal armor-piercing ammo, following that miss, his only chance to squeeze off another would have been to claim intensive fire. But it would have been a tough decision, taking an intensive fire shot with this tank already enjoying a rear view of an adjacent target. Why risk malfunction of a gun so well placed? Mark would likely have done it, but his first shot was with APCR. Since the hit modifiers dictated, he needed to roll low enough to have the special ammo to obtain a hit anyway. This also nearly doubled his chances to get a hit by virtue of allowing him to follow up with a regular armor-piercing shot once the APCR was depleted. Note too, all this happened nigh and simultaneously. Our German tanker didn't stop to calculate all the modifiers, but simply drove his AFV into position and fired. Mark already knew what he wanted to do, for he is a seasoned veteran and has made this sort of move many times before. A prime reason experience with the system can help but increase enjoyment of it. Looking back over turns 3 to 5 now, after the demise of the Crusaders, it might appear that Mark was overcautious with some of his tanks, notably 3A and 2E. At this point, it may be difficult to explain why they skirted so far around to the southeast. I think the reasons they did so fear of the high rate of fire and to kill of the Crusaders which we have seen in games past fully justify his hesitation. It's an indication of how successful the German turn 5 movement phase was that these tanks were caught out of position, not prepared to exploit such a breakthrough. But hindsight must not cloud our thinking. Had the dust storm not kicked up and had the German prep fire phase or movement phase did not nail the Crusaders, those German tanks would have been well positioned. Finally, notice that a buttoned-up AFV must spend an extra movement point to enter a hex during very heavy dust. Since the Mk2s opted to remain so, their movement was somewhat curtailed.
Very well friends, let's move on to the sixth turn of this battle that took place in North Africa in June 1942, where motorized elements from Panzer Division 21 enter combat against units from the 2nd and 4th Armoured Brigades associated with elements of the Scots Guards in the Rigel Ridge region, battle that takes place under a sandstorm, the Khamsin. In the fifth turn, the Germans managed to eliminate the Crusaders' tanks that were preventing their advance towards the final objective of this match, which is Hex 28 BB6. The remaining obstacles include the Grand Tank, the anti-tank cannon and an immobilized Stuart, in addition to 9 infantry squads. The British, in turn, managed to shock the Marder and will have a +1 modifier to hit British targets. Furthermore, Panzer IV's cannon was malfunctioning and Panzer IIIF was immobilized and abandoned by its crew. So far, the British have won 6 desert victory points, 1 Panzer III eliminated, while the Germans have won 19, 2 Crusaders, 1 Grant and 1 squad eliminated. At the beginning of this 6th turn, the Germans seem to have won the upper hand, but we are talking about the advanced squad leader, where a change in fortunes is not off the table. Let's go to battle. German player turn 6. Rally phase. Wind change 8, no wind change, heavy dust. Stuart attempts repair of main armament, 4, fails. BS attempts repair of mortar, 2, fails. G10 auto rally. DRM +2, +4 DRM, -2 leader, 8, fails. Barker auto rally, DRM +1, auto rally, 5, rallies. BZ rally with Barker, DRM -1, leader, 10, fails. Movement phase. PZ4 from 28 V9 to 28 × 7-2. PZ4 overruns BS with 12 firepower. 0 heavy dust, +2 light dust. DRM +2. 6 +2, 8, 1 morale check. BS takes 1 MC, 10, breaks, D-aim, Sangar eliminated. PZ4 to 28 x 61. To C from 28 × 9 to 28 Y71. ATG fires on to C. +1 heavy dust, 0 light dust, +1 gun spin cover arc 1 angle, +1 target size, +2 moving target. DRM +5. 9 +5, 14, miss, maintains rate of fire. ATG using rate of fire fires onto C. +1 heavy dust, +1 light dust, +1 target size, +2 moving target, -1 acquisition. DRM +4. 9 +2, 11, miss, loses rate of fire. To C declares overrun of ATG. ATG overrun prevention fire on to C. 10, B2 breaks, ATG malfunction. To C overruns B2 with ATG with 12 firepower. To FP AFV, +13, 5, NG plus IFE triple and then halved is equal to 15.5. +1 light dust, +1 Sangar. DRM +2. 10 +2, 12, no effect. Sangar and ATG eliminated. To C to 28 Z6, 1, motion. Marder from 28 U10 to 28 U7, 2, crew exposed. GK from 28 W9 to 28 Y6. GG with ATR from 28 × 9 to 28 Z7. GB with LMG from 28 × 9 to 28 Y7. Kubach from 28 × 9 to 28 Y7. 3C from 27 E4 to 28 BB10, 6. 3A from 28 E7 to 28 E2, 6, crew exposed. 2E from 27 CC4 to 28 DD9, 1. Reveal hit CJ in Sangar in 28 DD9. CJ takes part, 5, passes. 2E triple point blank fire on CJ with 6 firepower. +1 light dust, +1 Sangar. DRM +2. 7 plus 2, 9, no effect. 2E uses rate of fire with triple point blank fire on CJ with 2 firepower. Plus 1 light dust, plus 1 sangar. DRM plus 2. 11 plus 3, 14, no effect, main armament malfunction. 2E to 28 EE9, 1, 5, motion. 3B from 27 R3 to 27 R1. 3B overruns BG with 16 firepower. 0 light dust, plus 1 tank, minus 1 open terrain. DRM 0. 7 to morale check. BG takes to morale check. 8 plus 2, 10, BG breaks, D-aim. 3B to 28 BB 10, 1, motion. GN with prisoners assault moves from 27 DD1 to 27 E1. GZ with LMG from 27 BB1 to 27 CC2. Stuart NG fires on GZ with 8 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, minus 1 FFNA. DRM plus 3. 5 plus 3, 8, normal morale check. GZ takes NMC, 5, passes. GV with LMG assault moves from 27 BB1 to 27 CC1. Klaus assault moves from 27 BB1 to 27 CC1. 3E from 27 times 6 to 27 CC4, 1, crew exposed. Half-track CC from 27 R9 to 27 E6. 1, crew exposed, motion. Half-track FF from 27 Z9 to 27 E7, 1, crew exposed, motion. Half-track R from 27 Y10 to 27 DD7, 1, crew exposed, motion. Half-track E from 27 times 9 to 27 CC8. 1, crew exposed, motion. Half-track B from 27 W10 to 27 BB8, 1, crew exposed, motion. Half-track D from 27 B9 to 27 R9, 1, crew exposed, motion. Defensive fire phase. DH fires on Klaus, GV and GZ, 4 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, 0 light dust. DRM plus 1. 5 plus 1, 6, normal morale check. Klaus takes NMC, 12, Klaus wounded. Klaus wound severity, 5, kill in action. GV takes NMC, 8, pinned. GZ takes NMC, 9, breaks, D-aim. GV leader loss morale check. Plus 2 leader. DRM plus 2. 5 plus 2, 7, no effect. GZ takes NMC. Plus 2 leader. DRM plus 2. 9 plus 2, 11, reduced, becomes GZ. Grant 37 mm fires on 3C. Plus 2 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 2 target in motion, plus 2 turn 37 mm spin 1 angle. DRM plus 6. 6 plus 6, 12, miss, loses rate of fire. Grant 37 mm intensive fire on 3C. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 2 target in motion, plus 2 intensive fire, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 6. 3 plus 9, 10, turret hit. Final to kill dice roll, 5, wreck. 3C crew survival dice roll, 10, kill in action. Grant C 75mm gun fires on 3P. Loss to heavy dust, loss to light dust, loss to motion. DRM plus 6. 9 plus 6, 15, miss. ATR fires on 2E. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, loss to motion, plus 1 target size, minus 2 point blank fire. DRM plus 5. 4 plus 5, 9, hull hit. Final to kill number dice roll, 7, immobilized. Immobilization TC for 2E crew, 6, passes. MAC, BB with HMG and B with LMG fires on Kubach and GB with 16 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, 0 light dust, minus 1 FFMO. DRM plus 1. 7 plus 1, 8, 1 morale check. Kubach takes 1 morale check, 5, passes. GB takes 1 MC, DRM minus 1, leader, 6 to 1, 5, passes. Advancing fire phase. MUR the main armament fires on Grant C. Plus 4 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 2 bounding fire, plus 3 non-turret, plus 1 tank, 28Y8, minus 1 target size. DRM plus 12. On Grant C. 7 plus 12, 19, miss. GK, GG with ATR and GB with LMG fires on max stack with 8 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Grant. DRM plus 4. 12 plus 4, 16, no effect, random support weapon malfunction, LMG malfunction. 3 a main armament fires on BQ. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret. DRM plus 8. 6 plus 8, 13, miss. Same on CJ. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 2 concealment. DRM plus 11. 8 plus 11, 19, miss. 3 ANG fires on BQ with 4 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 Sangar. DRM plus 5. 6 plus 5, 11, no effect. Same on CJ with 2 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 Sangar. DRM plus 5. 6 plus 5, 11, no effect. 3E main armament fires on BQ. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret. DRM plus 9. 11 plus 9, 20, miss. Same on CJ. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 advancing fire, plus 2 normal turret, plus 2 concealment. DRM plus 11. 7 plus 11, 18, miss. 3 ENG fires on BQ with 4 firepower. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar. DRM plus 5. 7 plus 5, 12, no effect. Same on CJ with 2 firepower. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar. DRM plus 5. 7 plus 5, 12, no effect. Route phase. GZ routes to 27R4 in Sangar. G10 routes to 27R5. BS surrenders to GB, interrogation attempt 7 fails. BG routes to 27W3. B2 routes to 28CC5. BZ routes to 28 BB5, Barker accompanies. Advance phase. GK into 28 Z5. Kubach and GB with LMG and prisoners into 28 Y6. GG with ATR into 28 Z6. GN with prisoners into 28 FF10. British player turn. Rally phase. Wind change, 11 no wind change. Stuart attempt to repair main armament, 4 fails. GB attempts repair LMG, 6 LMG eliminated. 2E attempts repair of main armament, 6 disabled, recall tank. BG auto rally, DRM plus 5, plus 1 auto rally, plus 4 DAIM, 4 plus 5, 9 fails. BL attempt rally with Barker, DRM plus 3, plus 4 DAIM, minus 1 Barker, 11 fails. BZ attempt rally with Barker, DRM plus 3, plus 4 DAIM, minus 1 Barker, 8 fails. B2 attempt auto rally, DRM plus 5, plus 4 DAIM, plus 1 auto rally, 8 fails. G10 attempt auto rally, DRM plus 5, plus 4 DAIM, plus 1 auto rally, 8 fails. Prep fire phase. ATR fires on 2E. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 target size, minus 2 point blank fire. DRM plus 2. 4 plus 2, 6, hull hit. ATR attack factor, 5. Rear hit, plus 1. Equal or less than 25 mm, plus 2. Panzer IIe rear hull armor factor, 1. Final to kill dice roll, 6, red. 2E crew survival, 10, kill in action. BQ fires on GV with 4 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, 0 light dust. DRM plus 1. 9 plus 1, 10, no effect. Grant 75 mm fires on 3B. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 2 target in motion, minus 1 acquisition, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, miss. Grant 37 mm fires onto C. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 target size, plus 1 change cover arc 1 angle, plus 2 moving target. DRM plus 7. 4 plus 7, 11, miss. Grant 37 mm intensive fire onto C. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 target size, plus 2 intensive fire, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 6. 7 plus 6, 13, miss. BH fires on GV with 8 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust. DRM plus 2. 9 plus 2, 11, no effect. MAC BB with HMG, B with LMG fires on Kubach's stack with 16 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 2. 10 plus 2, 12, no effect. Stuart NG fires on GV with 8 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust. DRM plus 3. 7 plus 3, 10, no effect. Movement phase. BL with LMG from 28 DD5 to 28 CC7. By assault move from 28 BB3 to 28 BB4. Defensive fire phase. The main armament fires on Grant C. plus 4 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 shocked, plus 1 buttoned up, plus 1 tank, 28 Z6, plus 1 height advantage, minus 1 target size, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 9. 11 plus 9, 20, low ammo, miss. ATR attempts deliberated immobilization of Grant C. 2 hexes away. Number needed to hit, VTT 10. Plus 1 heavy dust, 0 light dust, plus 5 deliberated immobilization, plus 1 height advantage, minus 1 point blank fire, 2 hexes, minus 1 target size. DRM plus 5. 3 plus 5, 8, hull hit. Immobilization test check for Grant C crew, 6 passes. GK and GG fires on max stack with 8 firepower. For the first time, the plus 1 modifier is being used for shots fired against strong winds. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 heavy wind, plus 1 tank. DRM plus 4. 12 plus 4, 16, no effect, SW malfunction random selection, LMG malfunction. Same on Grant C crew. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 2 tank protection, plus 1 heavy wind. DRM plus 6. 7 plus 6, 13, no effect. Kubach's stack fires on max stack with 4 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 tank protection, 28 BB6, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 5. 7 plus 5, 12, no effect. Same on Grant C. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 2 tank protection, 28 BB6, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 6. 7 plus 5, 12, no effect. Panzer 4 mg fires on by with 8 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust. DRM plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, no effect. To see NG fires on BL with 4 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 Sangha. DRM plus 4. 7 plus 4, 11, no effect. Same on Barker and BZ. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust. DRM plus 3. 7 plus 3, 10, no effect. Panzer 3 ENG fires on BQ with 8 firepower. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 Sangha. DRM plus 7. 8 plus 7, 15, no effect. Same on CJ with 4 firepower. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 Sangha. DRM plus 7. 8 plus 7, 15, no effect. 3E main armament fires on BQ. DRM plus 5. 4. 4 plus 5, 9, miss. 3E main armament rate of fire on BQ. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 5. 7 plus 5, 12, miss. Same on CJ. Plus 3 heavy dust, plus 2 light dust, plus 1 Sangar, plus 2 concealed, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 7. 7 plus 7, 14, miss. 3 ANG fires on BQ with 8 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 Sangar. DRM plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, no effect. Same on CJ with 4 firepower. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 sangar. DRM plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, no effect. 3 a main armament fires on BQ. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 sangar, minus 1 acquisition, minus 1 leader. DRM plus 2. 7 plus 2, 9, miss. Same on CJ. Plus 2 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 2 concealment, plus 1 sangar, minus 1 acquisition. DRM plus 5. 7 plus 5, 12, miss. 3B main armament fires on BH. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 1 light dust, plus 1 tank steward, plus 5 variables related to motion status. DRM plus 8. 7 plus 8, 15, miss. 3B NG fires on BH with 4 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 1 tank steward. DRM plus 5. 10 plus 6, 16, no effect. Same on steward. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 3 light dust, plus 2 tank protection. DRM plus 6. 10 plus 6, 16, no effect. GV with LMG fires on BQ with 6 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 0 light dust, plus 1 tank steward. DRM plus 2. 9 plus 2, 11, no effect. Same on CJ with 2 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 0 light dust, plus 1 tank steward. DRM plus 2. 9 plus 2, 11, no effect. Advancing fire phase. By fires on GK with 2 firepower. Plus 1 heavy dust, plus 0 light dust. DRM plus 1. 6 plus 1, 7, no effect. Route phase. BZ routes into Sangar at 28 BB3. Barker accompanies. BL routes to 28 DD4. Advance phase. By into Sangar at 28 BB5. BL with LMG into 28 BB7.
German, yikes. Klaus, 3C and 2E all bite the dust on my right flank. Coupled with the way British squad, Q and the still concealed leader in 28 DD9 are laughing off my fire, this would have been a disaster of a turn for me were it not for the gallant efforts 2C visited upon that ATG crew, and the continued poor marksmanship of Max Boyce in 28 BB6. The inherent weakness of Sangers works to my benefit, as both it and the gun are lost following any overrun, which leaves my fully tracked AFE mobile. But I royally screwed up in my route phase, when I sent that crew to 27 AA5. Had they instead gone to 27 Z3, the enemy squad J would have been eliminated for failure to rout. Will BG pose a threat? Now I must keep it under DM, to guard against a return to good order in my rear. I didn't even try to repair the armament of the Panzer IV, for I need his MGs, in close at 28 BB6. I can't afford to risk a recall on a MA repair DR of 6. There are still 6 British squads out there which I must now hammer with point-blank fire. There is no time left to be polite about this. Only the grunt is left to bother my tanks, so I will swarm in and even move the half-tracks around. These will be employed to chase any broken enemy. And I want them close now, just in case I need them to help with the final assault. Losing Klaus cost me my #1 hammer, and while I hope my battle won't deteriorate to that point, I may need to substitute for him with these 6. With the immobilization of 3F included, my right flank has been reduced to 3 tanks, while the left hobbles in with 3, featuring a low ammoed and +1 TH Mother, a Panzer IV with no main armament, and fortunately the heroes in 2C. But at least the left flank still has Kubok and 3 full squads, while the right can only draw on those half-tracks, Shudder, as they follow the lead of a squad, GN, which just happens to be guarding prisoners. British. There is life after death. The 9-2 is through. Doesn't it always seem to be that lousy 4+1 shot that always inflicts the most damage? I was delighted to finally rouse the Grant crew with a kill on 3C, and Kieni's lad saved the day with some expert ATR marksmanship. Well, that's only to be expected from the Sarge. That's why he is the one holding the flank and not just some no-name who has yet to earn reputation. Unfortunately, the ATG crew must be a whole bunch of no-names, for they failed to hit the charging Panzer 2C despite 3 attempts. The last shot breaks the gun, but it matters not a bit since the Sanger is crunched and buries the gun anyway. I think the gun was more of a threat than anything else in this playing. Despite its outstanding beginning, after turn 3, it did not contribute any German losses to my total. It is difficult to accept what amounted to a joy ride for this Panzer II, but I just plain missed. However, this turn was a tremendous victory for me and I stand some chance of accomplishing a total recovery. If I can have another turn similar to this one, then I would have the advantage. That's a lot to ask for, but it's what I must try for. I still have a sound fire base around 28 BB6. Kieni is holding off the attack from the southeast, although some Germans are bound to slip through, and I need just another kill or 2 out of my Grant. An ATR immobilizes the Grant? Really now? That's the same ATR which was broken a few turns back. How come none of my weapons can be repaired? By rights, those Germans should have thrown that antique away instead of dragging it around in this heat. But no, right in the middle of the battle they fix the bloody thing, haul it up to the line, and shoot a lockwasher off a 28-ton tank.
Neutral commentator. Have the British pulled this one out? The German losses this turn certainly make things look grim for Mark. I'm not sure he can knock out the remaining enemy with what he has left, unless he can somehow avoid losses for a while. At this point, he needs just about everything he has to wipe out the stalwart British. Should Bill score just a couple more kills, he might even go over to the attack. But first, Bill must get some of his Tommies to rally. Yet the battle has not completely reversed itself. For one thing, the hero commanding Panzer 2C puts his pedal to the metal, turns his glassy gaze on that anti-tank gun, and says, "Out of my way, or you'll be feeling the toe of my iron boot." Whereupon he promptly carries out that threat. The Sanger collapses, the anti-tank gun breaks into little pieces, and the Germans led by a Panzer II and a Panzer IV with no gun are knocking on Mac's door from the west. The anti-tank rifle shot immobilizes the Grant, and you can be sure Mark will contrive to avoid the cover arc of that 75mm gun for the rest of the battle now. Bill is left spinning his turret around, trying to land a shell on all important targets, and hitting nothing. He should have settled upon one and stuck with it. He needs the acquisition to get a hit, and he is just wasting time firing at the Panzer II in motion. Off to the southeast, any of you readers who have played against Mark will delight in seeing him forced now to break up that infamous board-edge creeping half-track column. Those 3 firepower anti-air machine guns are yet going to add their bit of grief to this Tobruk, and don't forget they can also conduct a 6 firepower overrun. Have you ever been the recipient of 6 consecutive half-track overruns? Nothing to laugh at. But Klaus is gone, so these flimsy vehicles must be put to some such use. Since this is supposed informative as well as entertaining, let's take a moment to consider the details of the overrun of that ATG. To set the stage, the Panzer IV overruns Hex 28/7 to completely free 2C to run to 28Y7. The gun changed its cover arc to conduct defensive first fire, but missed, although it retained rate of fire. It then first fired again, since 2C spent 2 movement points to enter 28Y7, but this also missed and rate of fire was failed, leaving a first fire counter on the gun. Then, Mark announced an overrun on 28Z6 by 2C, whereupon the ATG was able to declare an overrun prevention shot, despite the 2 previous shots and the first fire counter. Notice, this was not a reaction fire shot, for it occurred before the overrun took place and used the +2 dice roll modifier for the hit case E. The crew then broke due to their required morale check, with the overrun prevention shot dice roll, which also voided the shot and caused the gun to malfunction to boot, due to the +2 breakdown dice roll modifier for intensive fire. Despite the failure of the overrun itself to obtain a result, dice roll modifier, +2 aim placed, +1 light dust, -1 open ground overrun, the Sanger and gun were eliminated due to overrun by a still mobile fully tracked AFV. Now where, you might ask, does reaction fire, D7.2, fit into all that? Had the crew survived the overrun unbroken, they would have rolled a pack at that point and might have conducted a final protective fire close combat reaction fire attack against the Panzer II. For the gun to be able to get off such a reaction fire shot, it must fire either at an in-hex target which is not fully tracked, or one which was not mobile after its overrun. Assuming one of these conditions were met, or that there was no Sanger in that hex to collapse upon the gun, and the crew held in good order with only a first fire counter on the gun, its CA would change to match the VCA of the overrunning vehicle, to 28Z6/1 in this case, and could fire a shot at the AFV's rear. There is a fair chance to hit, but don't think it's all as simple as this brief sketch appears, for there are many variables. Of course, in this instance, Bill knew that 2C would eliminate the 40L with a successful overrun and so tried to stop the tank before it got that far. With a no fire counter on the gun, the only option remaining to a surviving crew would have been final protective fire close combat reaction fire.
Seventh turn, and the pieces move. In the last round, the British revived and sort of recovered, destroying one of the main assets, Klaus, who was mortally wounded in the last round, in addition to the destruction of Panzer IIIC by our Grand Kearney, associated with BQ with the anti-tank rifle shined in destroying the 2E tank. On the other hand, the Germans have already conquered 2 objectives and are getting dangerously close to their final objective, Hex 28 BB6, and on their way there are only a Stuart tank with its main armament malfunctioning and the Grand, miraculously immobilized by the anti-aircraft rifle fire. The great German success at this stage was the destruction of the dangerous British anti-tank cannon, which had no say in this match, contributing very little to its faction. The Germans have only 3 mobile tanks, the Panzers 2C3E and 3A for the final turns, in addition, of course, to the half-tracks that will have to approach the combat zone. As an additional concern, we have the BG squad that managed to survive in the German rear guard and will attempt an auto-rally in this position and, if successful, will be able to advance on hexes 28W9 and 27A4, which will force the Germans to redo their strategy in this sector. Let's go to battle. Turn 7. German player turn. Wind change 9, no wind change. Stuart attempts repair of main armament 6, disabled, recon. GZ self-rally. +1 dice roll modifier, 11, fails. G10 self-rally. +1 dice roll modifier. 3, rallies. B.2 self-rally. Plus 1 dice roll modifier. 8 fails. BZ with Barker try to rally. Plus 3 dice roll modifier. 9 fails. Prep fire phase. Mur the main armament fires on Grand C. Dice roll modifier plus 3. 7 plus 3, 10, miss. GK and GG fires on MAC, BB and B with 8 firepower. Dice roll modifier plus 5. 3 plus 5, 8, normal morale check. Same on Grand C. Dice roll modifier plus 6. 3 plus 6, 9, pin test check. McNamara takes normal morale check, 8 passes. BB takes NMC. Dice roll modifier minus 1. 11 to 1, 10, breaks, D-aim. B takes NMC. Dice roll modifier minus 1. 6 to 1, 5, passes. Grand C crew takes pin test check. 4 passes. Movement phase. 3E from 27cc4 to 28 DDI-06 crew exposed. ATR fires on 3E. Dice roll modifier plus 6. 8 plus 6, 14, miss. 3E NG bounding fires on BQ with 8 firepower. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, no effect. Same on CJ with 4 firepower. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, no effect. 3E main armament bounding fires on BQ. Dice roll modifier plus 6. 4 plus 6, 10, miss. Same on CJ. Dice roll modifier plus 8. 8 plus 8, 16, miss. 3E main armament rate of fire bounding fires on BQ. Dice roll modifier plus 7. 11 plus 7, 18, miss. 3 up from 27E2 to 28 DD96 motion. 3 up overruns CJ with 8 firepower. Dice roll modifier minus 1. 7 to 1, 6, 1 morale check. Same overruns BQ with 16 firepower. Dice roll modifier minus 1. 7 to 1, 6, 2 morale check. Kearney takes 1 morale check, 7 pinned. BQ takes 2 MC, 3 passes. BQ takes pre-FV attack test check, part 5 passes. BQ close combat reaction fire with 4 CCV plus to 10 no effect. 3B from 28 BB10 to 28 CC765. Grand C 37mm fires on 3B. Dice roll modifier plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, miss. 3B main armament bounding fires APCR on Grand C. Dice roll modifier plus 5. 9 plus 5, 14, deplete APCR. 3B MA bounding fires on Grand C. Dice roll modifier plus 5. 6 plus 5, 11, miss. 3B NG bounding fires on MAC, BB and B with 8 firepower. DRM plus 3. 9 plus 3, 12, no effect. Same on Grand C. DRM plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, no effect. 3B main armament intensive fire bounding fires on Grand C. DRM plus 8. 5 plus 8, 13, miss. To C from 28Z6 to 28 CC635. To see main armament bounding fires on Grand C. DRM plus 3. 10 plus 3, 13, miss. To see coaxial machine gun bounding fires on MAC, BB and B with 4 firepower. DRM plus 3. 7 plus 3 102, no effect. Same on Grand C. DRM plus 4. 7 plus 4, 11, no effect. Panzer 4 from 28 times 6 to 28 BB5. BI takes part, 9, pinned. Panzer 4 milligrams triple point blank bounding fires on BI with 12 firepower. DRM plus 2. 7 plus 2, 9, normal morale check. BI takes NMC, 5, passes. GV with LMG assault moves from 27 CCI to 28 DD10. GN with prisoners assault moves to 28 E10. G.10 from 27 A5 to 27 BB1. HTD from 27 A9 to 27 Y66 crew exposed motion. HTB from 27 BB8 to 27 Y46 crew exposed motion. HTCC from 27 E6 to 28 FF96 crew exposed motion. HTFF from 27 E7 to 28 FFI06 crew exposed motion. HTR from 27 DD7 to 27 FF to 6 crew exposed motion. HTE from 27 CC8 to 27 FF36 crew exposed motion. Kubach and GB with prisoners from 28 Y6 to 28 Y5. MAC and B with LMG fires on Kubach and GB with prisoners with 6 firepower. DRM plus 2. 6 plus 2, 8, pin test check. Kubach takes PTC 4 passes. GB takes PTC. DRM minus 1, 9 passes. MAC and LMG rate of fire fires on Kubach and GB with prisoners with 2 firepower. DRM plus 3. 9 plus 3, 12, no effect. Defensive fire phase. BL with LMG fires on GG. With 6 firepower. DRM plus 3. 7 plus 3, 10, no effect. Grand C 75 mm fires on 3F. DRM plus 4. 8 plus 4, 12, miss. BH fires on GB with 4 firepower. DRM plus 3. 7 plus 3, 10, no effect. Stuart NG fires on G.10 with 8 firepower. DRM plus 6. 10 plus 6, 16, no effect. Advancing fire phase. GV and GN fires on Kearney and BQ with 8 firepower. DRM plus 3. 5 plus 3, 8, normal morale check. Kearney takes NMC, 6 passes. BQ takes NMC, 6 passes. Kubach and GB fires on BI with 4 firepower. DRM plus 3. 3 plus 3, 6, normal morale check. BI takes NMC, 7, pin. Route phase. BL routes to 28 FF3. B.2 routes to 28 DD2. BZ routes to 28 BBI. BB eliminated for failure to route. MAC attempts immediate recovery of HMG6 phase. Advance phase. GV with LMG into 28 DD9. GN deploys into G.T and GY. GY into 28E9. G.10 into 27AI. GG with ATR into 28A6. GK into 28A5. GB deploys into G.Q and GP. GP with prisoners into Sangar. Kubach and GQ into 28BB5. Close combat phase. BI attacks Kubach and G.Q. At 1:2 ratio, 5, no effect. Kubach and G.Q attacks BI. At 1:2 ratio. DRM-1. 4-1, 3, BI kill in action. Kearney and BQ attacks GV. At 1:1 ratio. 7, no effect. GV and GT attacks Kearney and BQ. At 1:1 ratio, 6, no effect. 3, a coaxial NG attacks Kearney and BQ. At 1:4 ratio, 5, no effect. Mark 28 DD9 with melee counter. British player turn. Rally phase. Wind change 10 no effect. D attempts recovery of HMG, 3 recover. Panzer 4 attempts repair of main armament, 2 fails. BG self-rally. DRM +1, 5 rallies. B.2 auto rally. DRM +5, 6 fails. Prep fire phase. Grand C 37mm fires on 3B. 12, 37mm MAF. Grand C 75mm fires on 3F. DRM +3. 7 +3, 10, hull hit. Final to kill dice roll 9, no effect. Grand C 75mm intensive fires on 3F. DRM +4. 3 +4, 7, turret hit. Final to kill dice roll, 6, wreck. MAC and B with HMG fires on Kubach and GQ with 20 firepower. DRM +2. 7 +2, 9, 1 morale check. Kubach takes 1 MC, 5 passes. GQ takes 1 MC. DRM -1. 9-1, 8, breaks. BL with LMG fires on GG with 6 firepower. DRM +4. 9 +4, 13, no effect. ATR fires on HTB. DRM +5. 4 +5, 9, upper hit. Final to kill dice roll, 5, shock. DH fires on GG with 4 firepower. DRM +4. 8 +4, 12, no effect. Movement phase. Barker assault moves from 28BB1 to 28BB2. Crew abandons Stuart, becomes B.4. Defensive fire phase. The main armament fires on Grand C. DRM +5. 8 +5, 13, miss. 3B main armament fires on Grand C. DRM +2. 4 +2, 6, turret hit. Final tak DR6, no effect. 3B MA rate of fire fires on Grand C. DRM -2. 7-2, 5, hull hit. Final tak DR10, no effect. Test check for Grand Crew, 6 passes. GG fires on MAC and B with 8 firepower. DRM +4. 4 +4, 8, normal morale check. Same on Grand C. DRM plus 5. 4 plus 5, 9, pin test check. McNamara takes NMC, 7, passes. B takes NMC. DRM minus 1. 4 to 1, 3, passes. Grant crew takes PTC, 11, pinned and buttoned up. 3B NG fires on MAC and B with 16 FP. DRM plus 3. 5 plus 3, 8, 1 morale check. McNamara takes 1 MC, 4 passes. B takes 1 MC. DRM minus 1. 5 to 1, 4 passes. ATR fires on Stewart. DRM plus 5. 8 plus 5, 13, miss. 2E NG fires on MAC and B with 16 firepower. DRM plus 5. 5 plus 5, 10, normal morale check. McNamara takes NMC, 7, passes. B takes NMC. DRM minus 1. 7 to 1, 6, passes. Panzer 4 milligrams fires on MAC and B with 16 firepower. DRM plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, no effect. 3E NG fires on BH and B.4 with 8 firepower. DRM plus 4. 4 plus 4, 8, normal morale check. B.4 takes NMC, 9, breaks. 3E main armament fires on BL. DRM plus 2. 7 plus 2, 9, miss. GK fires on Barker with 4 firepower. DRM plus 3. 8 plus 3, 11, no effect. Rout phase. B.4 and BH eliminated for failure to rout. GQ routes to 28 A5, Kubat accompanies. Advance phase. Barker into 28 BB3. BG with ATR into 27 times 3. MAC and B take part. DRM minus 1. 7 passes. MAC and B into 28 CC7. BL with LMG into 28 BB6. Close combat phase. MAC and B attacks 3B with 6 CCV. DRM minus 1, 10, no effect. 3B CMG attacks MAC and B at 1 to 2 ratio. 6, no effect. Barker attacks GP at 1 to 2 ratio. 7, no effect. GP attacks Barker at 1 to 1 ratio. 7, no effect. Mark 28 BB3 with melee counter. DQ attacks GB at 1 to 1 ratio. 7, no effect. 710 Kearney attacks GT at 1 to 2 ratio. 7, no effect. GV and GT attack Kearney at 1 to 1 ratio. 5, casualty reduction. Casualty reduction random dice roll 3 and 3. Reduce both. Kearney wound severity dice roll 6 KIA. 3 A coaxial NG attacks BQ at 1 to 2 ratio. DRM minus 1, 11, no effect. Mark 28 DD9 with melee counter.
Germans. This was a disturbing turn, reflecting my losses suffered on turn 6. Mac shrugged off 3 consecutive 16 firepower attacks, despite being encircled, and then counterattacked to put the game on the line, by challenging 3B. Had Bill taken out that tank, the advantage would have swung solidly over to him, especially given the antics being played out to the southwest, where British Squad E self-rallied and then shocked my half-track B. I left the door of opportunity open by screwing up my half-track smooth, erroneously thinking it would readily DM Squad G with advancing fire, having forgotten the AAMG fire would be half twice for motion fire in the AFBH, and so not even get a shot at BG. Had I used bounding fire, or stopped or moved adjacent to G, or simply remained adjacent to half-track D, to form a fire group, I would have made it. The only reason I didn't move adjacent to the broken British squad was that it would have entailed taking one Hamada immobilization check, a 12 to immobilize. Such caution didn't seem to matter when I thought the vehicle would be able to fire for the DM, but now BG is running rampant and will be able to move to either summit on the next turn, which forces me to cover them both. To the north, I had saved half squad P to fire on the broken BZ, thinking Barker's charge merely a decoy, but then forgot to shoot in all the excitement over the resistance put up by Mac in 28 BB6. I was shocked when Barker came in for close combat, although he may have as good a chance with that move as a rallied Squad Z would have had of causing any meaningful disturbance. Just a few odd comments on some of the events of this turn. Prisoners aren't subject to pinning directly. If its guard were to pin, then so would the prisoner. This was a very dangerous move, for had Kubok and Squad B broken in this position, they would have had to surrender, but it was against only a 2 firepower shot, and I felt the risk justified. Guarding units, deploy at any time. Since CC with a vehicle in the location is not simultaneous, 3A does not roll for its attack on BQ at 1 to 3 odds, but at the already reduced BQ with the attack still a 1 to 2, 2.5 to 3. Looking ahead, I can only say that I'm worried about Mac, BG and the Grunt now. Everybody else dies this turn, or surrenders. But since point-blank fire couldn't harm him, we'll have to see what triple point-blank fire can do, although I also still need 3BE to shoot up the Grunt. Is the mother crew sleeping? The best thing to happen for me on turn 7 was the malfunction of the Grunt's 37LL. British. Well. What happened to the slinking German half-tracks? Looks like they will have to come out and play after all. Mark does what I had feared and starts driving his AFVs into my positions for the final fight. The close combat in 28D09 is working to my advantage by tying up more of his forces than mine, but I cannot stop all these moves. He comes straight onto my positions, and now all my boys can do is hang tough. Armoured. The Grant 37LL malfunctions. Copious whining. Now it is left to Mac to take out the Panzer III. I decided he can't remain in place and take this pounding while encircled. It's incredible he has survived this long. Mac hasn't dealt out much death and destruction, although he did finally break someone, but at least he and Squad E have held their ground through a great deal of fire. So I move them out, wiping out the encirclement penalty prior to re-entry of the Hex by Squad L. The move by Barker may not have been a wise decision, but I'm going for the glory here and hoping to spring the prisoners. This was an easier choice to make than it might at first appear, because I figured my Squad Z wouldn't be able to supply any real help anyway, even if he rallied. In any case, the real celebration is going on to the south, where Squad G is causing turmoil among the half-tracks. I didn't even think twice about moving directly on one of the 2 summits this turn, for I'm bloodthirsty to charbroil one of those half-tracks. This might have worked to my advantage, for now Mark will have to worry about both summits instead of concentrating against only the one I would have occupied had I chosen that option. But none of it will matter unless Mac and his fellows can hold. Too bad they botched the close combat. Could have used a campfire for the cold night ahead.
Neutral commentator. This TUM played like an ASL highlight film. I won't heap any more abuse on Mark for botching the attack on the broken British Squad G, other than to point out that he did do a fine job in assigning blame to the way he handled half-track B. So, of course, British B rallied and shocks the HT. That ought to show them. I also enjoyed the move by Barker, the first brave thing I ever saw him do. The loss of the Grant's remaining gun was a key event, but none of it will matter if Mac's Marauders are going to pass every attack the Germans throw their way. Encircled, they ignore the drove of 16 firepower attacks. No wonder Mac hasn't hurt any of the enemy this game, he's got to be hugging the ground. But I can't be too cruel, for he did break a German half-squad this TUM. The other move I particularly liked this turn was when the German guards remembered to deploy so they could build up the odds in close combat without taking the prisoners into combat with them, which is always a dangerous act. The move of Kubak and half-squad Q into 28 BB5 would seem odd under different circumstances, but this close to the end of the match and with British squad I pinned, and with the need to protect the Panzer IV in the hex, Kubak had to go in. Look what happened to it worked like a charm. The refusal of Kearney to break held up a major portion of the German manpower. It is interesting to note that the only 3 positions which have held fast for Bill have been the ones with leaders. In the early going, Barker held back the German left wing, Mac continues to hold out, and Kearney has only just given in to overwhelming pressure, and it took a close combat random roll followed by a mortal wound dice roll to stop him. At this point, Mac must win the game for Bill, for I can't see Squad G gaining either summit. Not with 2 German movement phases to go. Mac could have stayed in 28 BB6, but he would have died there. This would have been as sure as 3 point-blank AFBMG shots coming right back at him and prep fire, followed by main armament shots on the Grant, followed by 3 driving into their hex, and so forth. Too bad for Bill that his close combat dice roll continued to disappoint him. Elimination of 3B would have made things interesting, as we would have witnessed Mark throwing some furious attacks against the British positions holding the summit 28 BB6. One other occurrence of note this turn was the attack which forced the Grant to button up. Had the crew passed that check, the encirclement counter on 28 BB6 would have remained in place when Mac departed the hex, because the still exposed crew would have locked it in place and they could not button up until after Squad L entered the hex.
Hello friends, welcome to what will be the last round of this epic battle that takes place in North Africa in June 1942 under difficult environmental conditions, with the presence of Khamsin. The British find themselves in a very difficult situation when trying to defend their last bastion located in Hex 28 BB6. Mac's attempt to destroy Panzer IIIB in close combat was unsuccessful, and these units will certainly suffer attacks with firepower greater than 16 firepower, if not more. The BG squad moves in the southern sector of the scenario, but if its companions located around Hex 28 BB6 do not obtain excellent results exceeding expectations, it will not be able to jeopardize the achievements achieved by the Germans so far. At this point we begin the German phase of the 8th round. Turn 8. German player turn. Rally phase. Wind change 8 no wind change. BL attempts recovery of HMG 3 recovered. Grand C attempts repair of 37 mm 4 fails. G10 attempts scrounging of 3 F4 fails. GQ with Kubach BRN plus 3 rallies. D2 self-rally DRN plus 10 fails. Half-track B resolves shock 4 Flip to UK. Prep fire phase. TZ-4 machine gun fires on BL with 16 firepower. 1 hex away. Heavy dust +1, light dust +2, tank hindrance +1. DRM +4. 11 +4, 15, no effect. Panzer to C machine gun fires on BL with 16 firepower. Heavy dust +1, light dust +1, grants hindrance +1. DRM +3. 2 +3, 5, 3 morale check. BL takes 3 morale check, 6, breaks, DA. British sniper activates, 5 number effect. Panzer to C machine gun rate of fire fires on MAC and B with 8 firepower. Heavy dust +1, light dust 0, +1 tank 3B hindrance. DRM +2. 8 +2, 10, no effect. Panzer 3B machine gun triple point blank fires on MAC and B with 24 firepower. 0 DRM. 4 +0, 5, kill in action. Random dice roll for kill in action, 3 and 3. MAC and B killed in action. Random support weapon destruction, 3, no effect. Panzer 3B main armament fires on Grant C. Heavy dust +1, light dust +3, -1 target size, -2 point blank fire. DRM +1. 7 +1, 8, hull hit. Final to kill dice roll, 4. Flaming wreck. British commander surrenders.
German. The defense, in and around 28 BB6 finally succumbs to the point-blank hammering. The position absorbed a tremendous amount of firepower during my turn 7 defensive fire phase and turn 8 prep fire phase, which finally overwhelmed mech. Now my 3A and 3E, as well as the mother and some of the infantry, are all free to move on British Squad G. So it would be pointless for Bill to continue. Until this turn, it was a very close game, which seems typical for this scenario, at least the way Bill and I have played it. British. I have yielded the field to my enemy. All I have remaining are Squad G and my troops locked in melee. I can't expect Mark to let anyone live under these circumstances, and will avoid the sorry spectacle of total annihilation in print. The end was quick, but not totally unexpected. I was close in points. In fact, we were separated by only a single desert victory point until this turn 8 bloodbath, and the unconfirmed kill on half-track B kept me hopeful. Mark was certain to gain more points at scenario end for the prisoners he would collect in the northeast, but I held open the hope that Mac and Grant C would survive, or that Squad G might grab one of the other summits, or that perhaps Mark would be forced to split his force between all 3 summits and that I could sneak out with a win. But for any of that to happen, the defense in and around 28 BB6 would have to withstand even more firepower than it already had, and that was hoping for too much. What a slugfest it was, though. Final comments. German. I think a review of the dice rolls will clearly show I had the advantage of better luck, and I also feel my luck on turn 4, when I escaped the ATG, and on turn 5, when the dust kick-up were major contributors to victory. But surely the key to the entire game was that early kill of Grant D. That was a lucky shot. But Bill had put him out front, where I was able to squeeze in a low-ops murder round. Beyond the element of luck, I felt that Bill played a sound game. I can't fault a thing about his setup. The move of the mech stack and a Grant onto 28 BB6 has always made a tough position in past playings, just as it did in this game. The single on Summit 27 AA4 slowed my attack enough to make his loss worth the price, and even Summit 28 W9 held out longer than I expected. Typical of this scenario, the only way the Germans were able to get anywhere was by forcing things to happen during the movement phase. This, I think, is why the encounter is so appealing. There are only a few scenarios of this size in which there is so much close action with AFVs. It is a game of motion, and all of Bill's defensive moves were well planned to force me to make moves directly under the sights of his guns. His gamble with the two Crusaders very nearly locked my Panzers in place on turn 5, and looking at the end of the game, it is easy to see that I didn't have that extra turn to spare. Had the Khamsin not increased, how might the match have been affected once the German tanks sat still to prep fire on turn 5? I think it interesting to note that we actually only traded tank for tank, although it could be argued that the Germans will pick up the Stuart as well. On the infantry ledger, there was only one German half squad lost and the 9-2, but the British lost 9 squads and 2 leaders. This is the price paid for pitting infantry against tanks. None of Bill's reaction fire or CC attacks were successful. It should be obvious that, if her Sizzler had enjoyed a bit more success with the dice, we would have seen the Germans force into a much more reckless attack. I felt my own play was uneven. I was able to run the kind of fluid attack I wanted, in which bounding fire, overruns, and point-blank fire from my AFVs ruled the battlefield. But that's no great achievement in this scenario, which is tailor-made for such gyrations. The risks I took and the mistakes I made were numerous, but every time it seems I was able to escape catastrophe. I was disappointed on the 4 occasions I tried the APCR ammo. But on the shot that mattered most, the bounding fire of 3F on turn 5, at least the APCR attempt allowed me to bump a DR of 10 and then come back with eyes to bump the Crusader. Viewed from this perspective, I must admit that the APCR served me well by allowing me the extra non-intensive fire shot. British. I want to take a brief look at why I lost, but first we'll mention that Mark played an excellent game with no major mistakes. He made some slip-ups and was fortunate to escape them without added losses, but the point is that whenever he made a bad move, he seemed to realize it almost instantly and quickly reacted to address the problem. He doesn't carry around with him the killer reputation that some of the other ASL grognards seem to, but as this playing shows, he will find an opening and put the hammer down. And you will find yourself wondering just where in the Western Desert did all that come from. But I will have to give him some grief about that Marder that drove into my 51mm kill zone. Maybe I'll tell Owen about it. My initial setup was basically a bad guess, for I expected a massed attack in the north. But I was happy that it didn't hamper me in any meaningful way, since the anti-tank gun and anti-tank rifles were in the right spots, and the British infantry located in the north were easily able to move and reinforce my line once my front had crumbled. The problem I did have was that once my troops were established on the front line, they mostly failed to deliver. I was happy the anti-tank gun knocked out 3D, and even happier at game end when I discovered the 9-2 armor leader had died in that blaze. But looking at the number of shots taken by that weapon, especially those 6 in its initial fire, and the 3 against the overrunning 2E, shots which somewhere along the line should have scored, I have to conclude that the gun failed its role. Likewise, Mack and the heavy machine gun did not contribute their fair share, which helps explain why the German infantry of this battle appear to be nearly unscathed. I was not able to repair any weapons, and got precious little assistance from my sniper, who certainly had some chances to make his presence felt. During the struggle, I tried to show a bit of resolve, must live up to what's expected of the British soldier, old chap, and put some pressure back on the German on 3 separate occasions. One was on turns 3 to 4 when I moved Barker and Squad Z to defend the summit at 28W9. Their position in the Sangha held for some time, and I'd call that a successful move, for Mark had to expend a lot of time and effort to force them out. My second counterstroke also came on turn 3 when I moved the Crusaders forward. This probably will be the most questioned of my moves, if for no other reason than because it turned out so badly for me. Frankly, until the Khamsin kicked up even more dust, I felt my decision to be sound, for I still held the position and was successfully delaying Mark's advance. Finally, the last gamble I took was on turn 7 when Mac and Squad E went after 3B. But that was a foregone decision, for my boys were doomed to die standing where they were. They had a much better chance of taking out 3B in close combat than of surviving Mark's turn 8 prep fire phase, movement phase, and close combat. As mentioned often, the wind increases on turn 5 hurt my position, and I registered a great many armoured fighting vehicle hits that failed to kill, 15 hits, for kills, and my close combat, infantry fire table and rally rolls were pathetic. Fortunately, the British morale check rolls were excellent, mostly by Mac and Kearney's lads, and that kept me in the game. But I was not able to get the early AFE kills I needed and in the end was simply overwhelmed. That was one reason it was easy for me to take those 8 intensive fire shots. The overrun prevention shot by the anti-tank gun was a must. The Crusader B shot on turn 5 was forced since Klaus was coming in anyway, and only the turn for shot by the Stuart bit back. The 2 kills scored by Grant C on intensive fire probably did me more good than the loss of the Stuart 37LL did harm, but it is really only a judgment call. Looking back, it's easy to say that the Stuart should have held its fire, but then, should the Grant have taken those 2 shots which did score? Where would my chances have stood without the elimination of 3C and 3F, both of which were brought to their end by intensive fire?
Neutral commentator. With that final shot, German victory becomes inevitable. There have been too many British casualties, and not nearly enough early German losses. For a moment on turn 6 it looked as though the British would come back. Even into turn 7, when Mac and Kearney held tough and Squad G self-rallied, it appeared as though Bill could pull it out. In fact, this was a typical Bill-style defense, recalling past games, and one in particular, although I can't recall the scenario in which his lone commissar held off several of Mark's platoons which had him surrounded. But this was also a typical Mark game, as he never let the pressure ease. First on one side, then the other, and finally on both simultaneously. There is a fine line between an attack which is reckless and bold, and one which is relentless and bold. Probably no one can walk that line on its edge with perfect leanings to one side or the other as needed in every game, but I feel this replay showed a fine split between what is reckless and what is relentless. Mistakes there were, on both sides, but that is part of the game after all. Maybe some will gain new insights from our discussion of those mistakes as they occurred. In addition to the deliberate efforts of both Bill and Mark, there were 2 random variables which influenced the play to a degree. First was the very heavy dust which was generated on turn 5. This caused 2 dramatic changes to their plans, and I'm not sure which was the most influential. First, and most obvious, it altered the hindrance modifiers. But in my opinion, that was less important than the effect that prompted the second, which was Mark's decision to run right at the British Crusaders since the hit modifiers were suddenly so high he couldn't hit them during his prep fire phase. That was a simple enough decision to take, but how many of us would have sat and fired all guns which still had line of sight? Maybe every player is too smart for that, but either way, I think it must be accepted that the panzer attack which knocked those Crusaders was a key moment in the game. The other aspect which neither player could control was the fall of the dice. I won't go into any long-winded statistical analysis, but Table 1 shows Mark rolling average results and Bill rolling high. Bill failed all his close combat and reaction fire rolls, and even on his to-kill rolls, which were near average overall, could claim only 4 kills from 15 hits. Compare that with Mark's 3 kills from 7 hits. The 4th British tank fell to Klaus' close combat attack. The intensive fire summary indicates to me that Bill made but 1 counterproductive shot, that one with the Stuart, but he also made 3 which accomplished nothing significant, and his total of 8 such shots might have caused him more grief than he did, in fact, suffer. But those 2 kills do lend credence to his claim that intensive fire is a legitimate ploy. It might be an accurate assessment to label every non-forced intensive fire shot a potential mistake. But there are certain unquantifiable truths to ASL, such as player morale and confidence, or the experienced gamer knowing when he needs a break to pull him through a rough spot. And since intensive fire brings a much greater chance of an extra, free shot than of a malfunction and can often salvage a lost situation, I must agree with Bill more than disagree. After all, since a hit might be obtained and a kill scored, and because statistical analysis of the massive number of variables depresses this observer, I find it enough to conclude that intensive fire in the desert is a matter of doing what feels right. And, after all, isn't that what this system is all about?
Well done, friends. In this 8th round we end this battle that took place in the desert, with a beautiful and hard-fought German victory. Despite all the efforts of the British, the gods of dice did not bless them with better results, and thus they were forced to grant victory to the Germans. In the next battle we will address a classic ASL scenario, the T1 Gavin take scenario, where we will basically have German and American infantry units fighting in France on the day of the Allied landing in Normandy. Namaste.